Okay, hello everybody, and welcome to another live broadcast of this year's Prague Chess Festival Masters and Challengers. We are now at the halfway stage. It's round five today, and we've been treated so far, spoiled really, with some fantastic chess in both sections. And so far in the Masters section, we have got two leaders in Vincent Kamer, the young German number one, and we've also got Daniel Bogdan Deac, the Romanian super genius. On both are on +1 with a pack of very strong players just behind them. And in the challengers section, we've got a standout performance thus far from the experienced, brilliant, and creative Polish grandmaster Matthias Bartel. But he was caught yesterday. Excuse me. He was caught yesterday by the still very young and still very talented Hungarian grandmaster Gledora. Excuse me. Natasha, you can take it for just 1 second. Who has really impressed you? What are your thoughts about this round while I do this?
Okay, so I was very impressed during the first rounds by Bartel Mateusz choices in the opening. Very sharp lines and very good choice of the opening. Um, he, I really liked how he played, and yesterday game of Bedura was very nice too. I think today, round 5. I don't know if you. Today, Motilev is playing with white against Bartel, and Gedura with black against Finek. So we'll see if we keep our two leaders in this tournament, or let's see.
Yeah, we will see. Motilov also had some really interesting games, hasn't he, this tournament so far? On 50%, drew against Pop Vinicius yesterday. He's kind of gotten a bit lucky, Motilov. He could have easily lost against Pop Vinicius yesterday, and he should have lost against Akash the previous day. So Akash, unfortunately, really suffering, lost with white against Owen Lamy yesterday as well. So the momentum is very much against Akash in the challenges. In the main event, too close to call at the moment. Too many rounds left, but very, very solid chess and very decent chess in general. I would say that certainly of all the players, it's Boris Gelfand, actually, the veteran who I've enjoyed watching the most because he's been the most creative so far. But he is at the bottom of the table along with Mike Tarosian, both on -1, but still can finish with a nice performance if they play well in the remaining games. Okay, where to go to first? Well, I'm looking at boards 1 and 2, and we have almost identical structures here, Natasha. On board 1, Navarra against Hari Krishna. How many Queen's Gambit declines have we got in this tournament? We've had almost no 1e4 games. I mean, it's been quite extraordinary that the percentage of d4 games has just been huge. And we've had this position countless times. We've seen Bishop b4, we've seen c5, and we've seen the move knight bd7 as Hari Krishna tried. Takes, and Bishop g5. We've also seen Bishop f4 in this position, but Navarro goes for a more classical setup with Bishop g5, c6, and Queen c2, h6, Bishop h4, Bishop e7, all been seen tons of times, and we have this setup after Rook e8 by Hari Krishna. Classical Carlsbad structure with the knight on f3 though. So the big question in these positions, Natasha, is it better for white to have the knight on f3, or is it better for the knight to be on e2? Because with the knight on e2, you can try and play in the center with f3, e4. Of course, with the knight on f3, that's a lot more difficult. So
Uh,
we'll see. Yes, please.
yeah, I was going to say, I don't play this kind of opening with white, but in my memory, I think that when you have your knight on f3, then you go to d2, and you can help on the queen side. And after short castle and rook a e1, you can also play with f3 e4. Is it right, or I'm saying something wrong?
In which one? Sorry, say that again, Natasha.
I mean, with the knight on f3, I go
Mm-hmm.
to d2 with the
And you
idea
still want
to
to go
play.
e4. Mm-hmm.
Yes, with the idea to play on the queen side or in the center.
Agreed. Yeah. Uh, you can do that. I think that has been played actually before. I think the difference is when you go with the knight on e2, the knight on e2 covers the d4 pawn. But when you go like knight d2 and try for e4 in a lot of positions, especially if this knight is out the way, simply you're going to lose the d4 pawn. So it's a lot more difficult to get in that plan. And in fact, getting in e4 is going to be very, very difficult now after Harry Krishna's last move, the move knight e4. This has all been seen before. This is not new. This is a very cool idea, of course. The point being that if you take, black takes with the queen and protects the knight. And if you take on e4, black is going to take this way, bishop takes h4. And there have been some games like this, takes. But obviously, this position is not much for white when the knight comes to f6. Very, very little. Um, so we'll see. In the Shankland game, though, Natasha, what we do have is we have something very, very similar via a different opening. The Nimzo Indian, and we get to a Carlsbad structure with the knight on e2. But there's one big difference here, isn't there? What is the big difference?
Yes, the dark light bishop is not in g5. He's behind his pawn, and I thought that in this kind of structure of, it was better to have the dark square bishop outside your pawn structure. I remember a game. I think it's a old game where Carlsen tried to trade very quickly his dark light bishop when the bishop was on c1, playing something like bishop d2 and bishop b4.
Indeed. Indeed. So interesting. Rook e8 by Kamer, by the way, in this position here. Similar kind of stuff. I think black's position is more than fine. The question is, how is white going to set up, as you've just mentioned? Probably white might just put the bishop on d2, do something like, yeah, and he does just play that move, by the way. Bishop d2. Now, could he think about castling queenside? I don't think so. It's not really Sam's style. And there's another issue if white castles immediately, isn't there? What do you think?
You think that black can play bishop takes h2
Why not?
immediately?
Why not?
Yeah, and after king takes, knight g4, and if king g1, queen h4, threatening checkmate in h1. And this is okay for black, of course. Because if I move the rook, I can play queen takes f2 and...
Still not mate, but it probably is winning after rook e6.
Yes.
That might be the key idea to bring the rook in. I was thinking about this, and if e4... now you can play something very clever like... can you play rook f6 here? With the idea of queen h4 and queen h2 mate.
Can I play bishop g5?
Then I have to give the check first. Sorry, check and rook
And
f6. You have
bishop
bishop
f4.
bishop f4. You do carry on here. I'm starting. I mean, I can always, in the worst case, I can play like this, and this is probably good for black.
Yes, it is.
Probably. Yeah, g3, queens hg3, and looks like it's winning. I don't know. So anyway, that's the reason why Shankland played bishop d2, knight d7, and now castles. Wow. So here's a question. Why doesn't it work now? Is it because the bishop isn't controlling g4? Or does it work?
Okay, king takes, knight g4.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see first if king g1 is okay.
Oops, sorry.
Otherwise, we'll have to have a look at king g3.
Queen h4. Okay, let's have a look at this. So, queen h4.
I have to move the rook.
You
I
have
have
to
no
move the rook. Let's say
have to
you
move
move it to here, let's say.
Okay.
This does look good for black, no? Interesting. Can you just bring pieces in and also say that white doesn't have a way um, to improve his position necessarily?
Can white plays e4? I just try moves.
Yeah, not so easy. Apparently
I
black
think
is winning though. Apparently this move is crushing.
this move.
Yeah, because you're threatening queen h1, knight g1, and knight g3. And you stop
Yes,
bishop f4. This is a very nice move.
very nice.
Wow. Are we going to
So
get a Greek gift at top level? That would be quite astonishing. And he played castle so quickly. Now, of course, the other point is this, though, Natasha, is that after bishop takes h2, king takes h2, knight g4, can white go king g3? Because that's a legitimate concern. Because normally a move like queen to g5, you might just lose after f4, right? And this is losing for black because queen h5, rook h1. And you don't have anything. So the question is, can you play knight df6 here? Threatening a check. It looks like a threat to me. For example, let's say white played a silly move. Check.
I have to go to s3.
King f3 only move. Check. Mate. Oh, oh my God. Oh,
Because the other move, king h3, you have knight takes e3, discovery check, and I win the
exactly.
games. I win the queen, so
You actually
maybe
you can actually probably
checkmate too.
no, checkmate too somehow. I'm trying to think queen h4, king g1. I don't see it, but knight takes e3, as you said, is
Yeah.
more.
I take the queen.
Wowzers. So takes, check, and knight df6. So maybe here white has to play knight f4, but can you play like g5 here or something? Yeah. Holy cow. This could happen. This could happen. This really could happen. This really
This
could
would be
happen.
fun.
This really could happen. Wow. Okay, we'll keep an eye on it.
But I can't imagine Sam Shankland playing this line without having prepared bishop takes h2.
I agree. I agree.
Oh, he played b6 at
Yeah,
the
he played
game.
b6. Okay.
Okay.
Well, so that's not going to happen. But it might be interesting to ask if they do come in the studio afterwards. Martirosian win is another Nimzo Indian by transposition with e3, and this time bishop d2, c5, a3, all standard, takes a knight e4. Very standard stuff. White now protects the bishop with knight e2 and b6, and white has gone for d5. Yeah, when black plays b6, it's often an idea to play d5 to inconvenience these pieces. So a potentially lively game there. In Robson against Wang Hao, we have another four knights that we saw in. Actually, Ray was white against Gelfand.
Yeah, I think we saw this bishop b7
We
already.
did. We definitely did. We definitely did. Um, and so, well, okay. As a result, then
Yeah, I
we
think
have to
c4.
tell me.
C4 was played, no?
No, it's White's move.
Yeah, yes, but c4 was played in the game. It
Ah,
was Ray
c4
Robson
was
against Gelfand. I think
right.
this it was this move, no?
C4.
Night before, I think.
But knight before a3?
No.
Was it this position? C4? Let me check. Getting confused with the
Openings.
moves. Yeah. Um, it was only 2 days ago, but I still forget things. No, he went knight d6 check first. Sorry, that's
Knight
me.
d6 check first. Okay.
Yeah, he went check, takes, c5, and then c4.
Okay, sorry. My
So
mistake.
what has Wang Hao prepared against this? It'll be very interesting to see. Very, very interesting.
And it's a very good psychological preparation, I would say, for black against white, because Ray Robson played this opening 2 days ago, and so imagine you feel that your opening is targeting you in this line.
Really, you really do.
So this is why Ray Robson is thinking, because he has to make a choice. Do I play knight d6? Do I play something else?
Exactly. Be very interesting to see what Ray decides here. And in Gelfand Dayak, we have, for the first time, I believe, this tournament at Catalan, which we've not seen. Main line. Now, for years and years, of course, the main line here was to castle. But the move knight c3 has become a lot more popular. And black can take the pawn in this position. It's interesting, but here white can play knight e5, for example, and there are some interesting lines. Dayak decides not to take the pawn, decides to go knight b7, and white goes knight e5 anyway. Actually, I believe we have seen one game, actually, with queen d3. Looks familiar, this position. Looks familiar. So let's see what happens. He goes knight e5. What do you think about this move, Natasha?
I don't know. I have no idea.
It's
This
kind
kind
of
of position
standard,
are
no?
not my. It's standard in this kind of position. Okay, I'm completely out of book with all this decline Queen's Gambit and Catalan. It's not my repertoire. It's not my opening. Not my opening. So this is a standard move. I think that black can play many different moves. I can consolidate the center with c6, I guess. Can they take on e5? Can they play c5? I don't
Yeah,
think
I don't
c5
think
is
you can
possible.
take. Well, you can take on e5. That is possible and go knight d7. But after takes bishop f4, knight g6. Yeah, doesn't look like too much for white. But Boris has come armed with lots of interesting ideas this tournament. So I'm very curious to see what happens here. Um, okay, we'll see what happens. Lots of ideas in this position. We'll see if black takes. Now, let's go to the challengers, and we already have lots of moves. Motilov against Bartel is already 14 moves deep. We had a Spanish mainline with knight takes e4. Do you know this one, Natasha?
I'm an Italian player
You're an
with
Italian.
white. Italian player.
Yeah, this one is called the Open Spanish.
Yes.
Open
Yeah, the open
Spanish.
Spanish, yes.
D4, and now a little wrinkle, not a massive thing, but a little wrinkle. The main line here for years was to go b5 and d5, giving back the pawn, and on d takes e5, bishop b6. White now has many options, and there's quite a lot of theory. The move bishop b7, however, is possible, and now we get a kind of forcing line. White goes rook e1, black now goes b5, and now white can take on e4. So white is a piece up. Of course, taking here doesn't really look attractive because a move like d5 looks quite difficult for black, actually. So what black instead inserts the move d5 first, after which now white has got another Zwischenzug. So there's lots of Zwischenzugs. Knight takes e5. Now the point is I can take and take, so you have to take. Rook takes e5 and b takes a4. So this is kind of all um,
Forced.
forced to a certain extent, and this has been seen in quite a few games. I remember commentating the London Chess Classic years ago, and there was a game of Magnus Carlsen. I believe it was either against Rajabov or maybe it was against MVL. I think it was against MVL where this was played, and White got nothing. And the way White has played this is very interesting. He's played Queen e2, very normal first, Bishop e6 and f4. Of course, Queen e2 prevents Black from castling, and on Queen e2, Bishop e6, f4, we can see that White is threatening to go f5. So Black gets the king out the way with King f8. And now if you go f5, Bishop d7, Black's claim is, well, I've got the two bishops, you've pushed your f-pawn, weakened your king. So f4, king f8, knight c3 was instead the choice. But after bishop d6, and now look at this, Motilov decides to take on a4, giving up an exchange. Now it's clear that Motilov has done some work on this position, right? You don't just play like this quickly as White, giving up the exchange. But so has Bartel, because here Bartel played quickly the move queen f6 and knight c5. This is all played super quickly. Fine, yes.
Sorry, I'm just curious. What happens if I take the rook?
Before,
Or yeah, or before queen f6. It's
yeah,
just
so you take, I guess White takes with the f pawn, right? The knight will come to c5. If I can get my bishop to g5 quickly, it looks like very good compensation. Because the king is so bad.
Yes, if you want to do a fake short castle, you will have to play. If you play g6, you're not happy. If you play h6, king g8, king h7, and rook, I don't know, f8, it will take a very long time. And white has time to prepare, I think, an attack against the black king. And they want to play on dark square.
Exactly. And in fact, we did get the trade a
Okay.
few moves later with bishop takes e5 and f takes e5 has been played. I guess the difference now is the queen can sit on g6, so white doesn't have any of these options. This looks like a much better version for black, from what I can see. Um, yeah, this looks like a very decent version. I will say I still think the position is potentially tricky for black. I quite like the move a4 here, Natasha, with the idea of lifting this rook around here. I think that's a pretty good idea. Um, so we'll see what happens. I think I would take white because I think it's easier to play with white. But of course, I realize that the position is probably objectively equal. Let's move on. Vikuk Akash, very normal looking Italian position. Very normal looking. Nothing really to comment on. The knight's going to come here. We'll wait for that to develop. Lamy Pulvinicius uh,
A Caracan.
is a
Advanced.
Caracan advanced with h4, very topical. h5, bishop d3, takes, and now this idea of queen a5 check, and e6, c3, knight d7, knight d2, and c5. Pretty standard stuff. I think this is a better uh, variation for uh, for black compared to the main lines. Actually, I have a feeling that this is a better version. Um, we'll see. And also, actually, should we point out, Erwin Lamy playing 1e4, a bit unusual. Um, yes, please, Natasha.
No, I was saying I remember his game against Finnack. It was no,
Mm-hmm.
yes, it was like a Benoni-like.
Yeah,
So we saw him playing d4 in this tournament, I think.
yeah. I
Is
mean,
that
look, absolutely true that Erwin Lamy is a 1d4 player and has been for most of his life, d4 and c4. So it's nice to see him play e4 as well. Uh, but okay, so c5 and knight e7. So this is on the board. Yeah, I think black is okay. Let's see what
but
happens. Yes.
but actually in this tournament, Erwin Lamy has 3 times black, and
Mm-hmm.
it's his only his second game with white. So we'll
Right.
see in in the next round if he will play more d4 or e5 or e4.
Correct.
Sorry,
Mm-hmm.
we'll see. What is the tendency?
I think it will be d4, but let's see. You're right. Let's see. Peshak Stalmak is a very interesting pairing. We had a French defense with a King's Indian attack, which we don't see so much. It transposed into a Sicilian g3. Okay, still a King's Indian attack. Fairly standard stuff. Queen c7, rook e1. And now Stalmak decides to go for a pretty unusual variation. The main line here is just a castle. Um,
We can play with e5 and c4, I think.
well, the problem is here is this pawn being
Oh,
lost.
yes, true. Okay.
So actually, Stalmack chose a move order that's very interesting. He put the queen on c7 to prevent precisely this. Very interesting. But actually, he went for a different decision here. He ended up taking on e4. Very, very cool. Pawn takes e4. Pawn takes e4. And now e5. So closing the center. Pershak now replies c3, absolutely standard.
Yes,
I'm not
black.
sure about this.
Yeah, black is playing against the the bishop in g2,
Mm-hmm.
closing the center. And but the problem is that now white has a very good square on d5.
Exactly.
So I think that white will play with knight f1, queen c2, knight e3, aiming the d5 and f5 squares. And then we'll see.
Yeah, that's kind of standard. The knight might come to e3. This knight might come to h4. I never really understood why black liked this structure when the d5 square is so weak, but that has been Stalmack's choice. It's interesting nonetheless. Um, so what else? Let's have a look. Finnick Gledura. Another Catalan. And this time, look at this. In the mainline Catalan with bishop e7, we see the move a5 by Gledora. The main move again here is just to take, after which white tends to try and recapture the pawn immediately. A5 probably is theoretical, but I don't quite uh, know what the main idea is. Is it just to advance the pawn? Is it to prevent or dissuade white from playing b3 because of a4? Not totally clear. Not totally clear.
Maybe we can see what happened.
Yeah, so what actually happened was after a5, queen c2, knight c6 was played. Okay. Trying to come to b4, bishop f4, and takes. Um, I
Is
don't
it
know.
is it usual to have the knight on c6 in front of the c7 pawn in this kind of opening, or usually you let your c7 pawn go to c6 or c5? I don't know. Is it usual to play this way for
No,
black?
no, it's not usual. No, it's not usual at all. This is a very unusual setup at top level, for sure. Um, I don't quite understand what Benjamin is trying to achieve here. I think he's playing a young guy who has obviously got very good knowledge, and I think what he wants to do is get him out of book. I think it's simply that. I think he wants to get him out of a traditional Catalan, which Finnick has got at least a lot of knowledge in as a young guy. Now we just have a random position, so it's going to be very interesting to see how Gledora wants to manage that position. Very interesting stuff. Gelfand Dayak has warmed up. In fact, after 95, we saw the move c6, castles, and finally takes a knight d7, takes, and f4 by Boris Gelfand, protecting the pawn. And now Dayak has played f5. Very committal move strategically, because now white has got the protected passed pawn. But I guess his idea is that the knight comes to e6 very quickly here, blocking the passed pawn, which is obviously something you want to do with the knight, of course. So this is very interesting.
Yes, and after knight c5, e6, maybe I can play with b6, bishop b7, and try to push c5 and
Yeah,
keep
for example.
advancing, keep
For
moving
example,
with my center.
exactly. So very interesting decision by Dirk. And now the question is, how does Boris want to react? I'm very curious to see what he will do here. Very, very curious. What will Boris do here? The main move or the main idea, I guess, is to play bishop e3, right? That's clearly the main idea here.
Okay, let's go for knight c5.
Knight c5.
It's logical move.
Yes.
And we can go to e6, but we can go to e4.
Also.
The knight can be very, very strong on e4.
Exactly. And so I think that this is very, very cool. Okay, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I'm curious what happened in the Ray Robson game. He did decide to repeat with knight d6 check. Same as he did against Gelfand. Takes, c5, c4. But this time, Wang Hao is the first to deviate. Wang Hao now plays the move knight f6. Interesting stuff. And Ray plays a very logical move here, the move f3. Difficult to play if you are a beginner player, I would say, because we're told not to move the f pawn in the opening, but this move is very strategic. Blunts this bishop, blunts this knight. Castles, bishop d3, and e5 by Wang Hao. And castles. Well, I can tell you this. I don't really like black's position, somehow. The two bishops here make a big impression on me as white. The bishop even coming out this way looks very potentially rewarding. And so
can I try to go for the d6 pawn with black?
yeah. How do you want to do it?
First I have to prevent bishop g5 is a bishop g5 maybe.
So you want to go knight e8 and do something like this?
Yeah, or rook c8 and rook c6. No,
there's something about it I don't like, I have to say. There's something about it I just don't like.
Or maybe just take on d6. Instead of playing queen b6, can I just take on b6?
You want to just take, yeah. Worst case is I've got bishop takes h7 check, right? And this is
yeah,
probably bad.
You're right.
Yeah, there's something about that plan I don't like. I must admit, there's something about that plan I just don't like. But then again, I can't refute it. entirely. What else is black supposed to do here, though? Because white's got such an easy plan of b3, bishop b2, moves like b3, bishop c2, queen d3. Looks very natural. Just looks like there's a whole different number of plans in this position. Um, we'll see. Tough to say. Really, really tough to say. But I don't like. I mean, of course, Wang Hao could, find something interesting here, but in principle, I don't love it. Shankland against Kmart also got quite interesting here all of a sudden. The move knight g3 happened after b6, c5, and e4. Goodness. Wowzers. And now Vincent plays a very difficult move to play. The move bishop takes g3. Very difficult move. And Sam takes with the f pawn. And now Vincent closes the position with c4, bishop e2. And I guess he's going to play knight takes e4 here. Totally random stuff, this position. Totally.
Yes. Black has to take on e4. You cannot let white play e5, e4, e5.
Right.
So you have to take.
Yeah, you
on
have to
e4.
take. Now, can I take here?
I think I.
That's actually what I wanted to do originally, but maybe it's nothing after bishop b7. Maybe it's just nothing, this position here. Okay, we're gonna see. And if I take this way, and after rook takes e4, bishop takes c4, knight c5, what's going on here?
Knight c5.
Yeah. Knight c5, because you have to protect the d pawn. This looks like an interesting move, followed by knight e6. Things could blow up here quite spectacularly, actually.
And also you prevent rook takes f7 with knight c5.
Mm-hmm.
That's fun.
Yeah, you're threatening just to take.
So I have to play bishop a2. Because if you play bishop d3, I just take your bishop with my knight. So bishop a2.
And knight e6. And this position looks good for black. If you can't find anything immediate here as white. We'll see. Very interesting stuff. And also, we had a similar idea in the Harry Krishna game. We did get this exact idea: takes, check, and bishop e3, bishop getting back to f6. And now Navarro does decide to break with the move pawn to e4. Harry took knight takes e4 and knight f8 by Harry Krishna. This is certainly not an attacking position for white. I mean, white doesn't play e4 in order to. He doesn't have major attacking ideas here, I would say. But white has got more space, a bit more piece mobility, but black is very, very solid, very, very solid. I find it difficult to believe that white has got anything in this position. I find it very difficult to believe that white has got anything. Okay. What next? Uh, Martirosian win is also interesting. We last saw it after knight e2, b6. White now plays d5, which makes a lot of sense. Pawn to d6, f3, takes, rook e8, e4, very logical stuff, a6 and a4, preventing any b5s. And it looks like a Benoni, except that black has not got a fianchettoed bishop, right? So the bishop, there is no dark square bishop. White also doesn't have a dark square bishop and lots of dark square weaknesses, but it's very difficult to see where black is actually going to get his pieces in the game. For example, where do you plan to put this bishop? Perhaps this knight has got an easier route, but certainly the light square bishop, don't see where that is going exactly in this position here. Don't see it.
You're a little bit tied with black.
Yeah.
Is that
You're a bit tied up, exactly.
Tied up, and white pawn structure. They have all their pawns on light squares. So I can go to g4, f5. All the bishop squares are under control by white. So I guess we will let our bishop in the first place on c8, and maybe we'll go for something with rook a7 and try to go, I don't know, on the 7th rank.
And then maybe go like takes f5.
Yes.
Something like this, yeah. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Did you want to say something there?
No, I'd like to see how Nguyen will, well, which plan Nguyen will
Which
play
plan he'll
with
go?
black.
Yeah.
Yes, we'll go.
Okay, makes a lot of sense. Okay. Finnick against Gladora has got this classic structure where white will most likely go e3 here just to consolidate, and big space advantage for white. But black has the two bishops. Peshak has done Peshak things. This was kind of standard up until here. He does go knight f1 and knight to g5 now, hitting the bishop. There was suspicion took on the queen. The knight came to e3 and h6 knight h3 now on the board. Black is almost certainly fine here, but I would still take white. I think it's easier to play these positions with white, for sure. It's easier to play these positions with white.
But I'm not sure it is an achievement to have the knight now in h3 for white.
Right.
Even if you go to f2, I'm not sure what you will do with your knight. I think it was better on f3, but okay. Now maybe you can play knight f2, queen c2, bishop f1, and try to, or maybe knight f2 and bishop h3. Try to trade off your bishop.
Also possible
to gain control of d5 and f5. I think this is a good idea to play this way. Actually.
Also possible. Also very, very possible. Very, very possible. Yeah. Playing like this is doable for sure. Okay. A few more moves in this Motilov game. We last saw it after bishop f4. Well, here I thought the move a4 followed by rook a3, rook g3 was interesting. Motilov decides on a more standard approach with bishop f4, h5. Looks like a good move. Now you've got to be careful of h4, h3, so Motilov stops that with h4. King g8, rook to f1, bishop g4, queen d2, king h7, and this is the position we have. I think black has done well to get the king to h7. don't really see how white is supposed to improve now, to be honest. But I also don't see how black is supposed to improve in this position here. It looks very difficult. Um, don't know what you think, Natasha, but uh,
I,
looks.
I was trying to find some ideas for white. I think it's not good at all, but I was looking at move like e5, e6, and then bishop e5 or knight d7 or knight d3, knight e5.
So
It's
you,
just ideas. It's not good right now, but I'm
yeah,
just trying to find some ideas for white. Maybe white will not move at all, and telling black, okay, it's your turn to find a way to win, to prove that you can win with your rook against my knight. I think this is what will happen.
right.
And if black takes too much risk, then maybe white can find a way to win.
Yeah, for sure. Could absolutely happen. We'll see how much they want to push the risk factor in this game. And in the win game, I can see exactly what I thought has happened. Takes followed by f5, very logical. If white now plays a move like bishop to d3, I think black wants to just go knight d7 followed by knight e5 or knight f6. Not completely clear to me. And well, uh, we have a big fight on our hands. Shankland against Kamar got very strange as well. We saw it after f6, g4, c4. We did see takes. He decided to take with a d pawn. Interesting. Allowing this. Queen takes c4. And, well, Vincent probably will now play the move knight f6 and say, I'm not worried about anything. I'm going to play bishop e6 next. And
If I play bishop g5, you're sure you're not worried
bishop
about
g5,
anything?
bishop e6.
Uh,
No, I'm
can
not
I?
too worried. I'm not too worried.
Oh, and you want to play on queen c3, knight e5? It is your idea?
Which one, sorry?
If I play queen c3 with white, you play knight d5.
Yes.
Knight e5. Yes.
Yes. I like this. I like this. And,
So I
well,
have to. So I cannot play queen c3. I have to play queen a4 because I have to protect the d4 pawn with black, with white. Sorry.
in a4, yeah.
And here. Let's. Okay, so I'm not afraid with black. If white takes on f6,
Right.
I'm not afraid of it.
You're not afraid.
Okay.
Okay. You might be right. You might very well be right. So,
And he played knight f6. So he's not afraid.
yeah, knight f6 has been played. And we'll see what happens. What happens there. Not much has changed in Navara against Hari Krishna, nor any other top matches. Okay, a little bit of a lull in the action. We are approaching first hour. So players have settled into their games. Uh, no real major developments yet. All games still in action and getting more exciting. So we'll come back in a few minutes where we'll see exactly what has developed. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for round 5 of this year's Prague Chess Festival. Don't go anywhere.
My name is Karel Janeček. I am a mathematician and social innovator. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. Since 2016, D21 has been used in various participatory processes around the world, such as participatory budgeting in New York City and a big number of urban and city planning projects in the Czech Republic, France, Scotland, Tunisia, and India. The revolutionary D21 method has also been used in Czech, Slovak, Tunisian, or Zambian schools to teach democracy in a fun way and gives children a voice in what is important to them in the school environment. D21 applied to parliamentary or presidential elections will produce more consensual results, reducing populism and extremism. Small parties and independent candidates will gain space. This electoral method will produce positive campaigns and will not divide voters into opposing camps, which currently is a huge problem in elections around the world that use single vote systems such as first past the post. D21 is the key to finding consensus, and its wide adoption for political elections will heal our democracies. How does it work? Here is a small demonstration. The Janeček method D21 is a modern voting system. Standard polls only grant you one vote. This system works with more options, using positive and also possibly negative votes, which allow you to express your opinion with more precision. This way you don't have to vote for a lesser evil. You are free to select options to support and those who you strongly dislike. Such polls can work in politics, municipalities, companies, and even among friends. Let's take a look at a practical example. Citizens want to decide what the city's budget should be used for. It could be a cycling trail, a park, apartment blocks, a firehouse, or a VIP parking lot. When every citizen has only one vote, the VIP parking lot wins. This is because an organized minority can easily outvote the others. If every citizen had 2 votes instead, they might agree on the residential development. At the same time, the negative vote would reveal a controversial choice, in this case, the VIP parking lot. Janeček method D21 finds consensus, the solution with which more citizens are satisfied. Try out this modern voting system and upgrade the way you vote at www.participate21.cz. You can right now, voting each day for the best chess games at the Prague Chess Festival. Simply go to www.praguechessfestival.cz/voting. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague Chess Festival. My name is Karel Janeček, and I am a mathematician and a social innovator. When I was a kid, I played chess competitively and loved strategic card games. I may have been a mathematician since birth, at least as far as I can remember. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. D21 is the key to saving democracy, and its implementation for political elections is absolutely crucial. Another innovative product we developed together with scientists from the Science 21 Foundation is the revolutionary mathematics game Mateso. I believe that Mateso will enable children from all over the world to learn mathematics in a fun way and help them develop critical thinking, a crucial skill in today's turbulent times of omnipresent information and misinformation. That is why we came up with the innovative board game Mateso, which brings mathematics closer to all age groups in a fun way. By playing Mateso, preschool children subconsciously gain knowledge of key information about the structure of the number system without having to know any number or perform a single calculation. Namely, the game includes a multiplication table, prime numbers, factorials, Fibonacci numbers, and the concept of zero. By playing this game, a so-called backbone algorithmic system is created in a very entertaining way. It is a natural consequence of certainty in all basic mathematical operations. With Mateso, starting primary school mathematics would no longer be scary. It will change into a fun subject. For school-age children and teenagers, this game has a similar effect. However, the activation rate of the backbone algorithmic system is inversely proportional to the age and the level of dislike of mathematics that individuals acquired during the classical educational process. For adults, this game is not only a way to teach their children the necessary basics in mathematics, but also an opportunity to find their own acquired blockages in this field and gradually get rid of them. Mathematics is all around us, and it is beautiful. However, its beauty is easy to overlook if we don't know how to look. Mateso is the way to learn it. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague International Chess Festival.
first of all, thank you for the invitation. Okay, I can start to speak about the opening. I play this similar Berlin with rook e1. In this type of similar structures, you need to play careful with black. Because I come with this idea h3, g4, and you need to took on f4 just to clear. Because after bishop back, I took on g5 and knight f3, and I come fast. Right now I feel normal. I want to continue to play.
Yes, it was a very tough game. I thought that after f4, which I thought was a good move, I have a very pleasant and very dangerous attack. But then he played some really good moves, and all of a sudden it wasn't easy, because yeah, it was clear that I'm better, but it wasn't like I'm winning or anything like that by force. So I had to find some good moves to keep the pressure, and we were also low on time, so I had to watch out for that as well. I think it was a well played game, but maybe I missed something concrete after f4. I'm not sure, but yeah, I'm happy with this game. Well, I'm still thinking about that decision. Sometimes I don't know if it was a good one, but yeah, I used to be a professional swimmer, so at the age of 12 I had to, decide what to choose. So yeah, I mean, I hope I chose well.
So after the opening, I think I got a very good position and also time advantage, so I was happy with that. Then I'm not sure I played it best, but I tried to make some problems for my opponent, and he didn't solve them, so it went in success, and I'm happy for the win.
Well, I didn't expect a win, actually. From the opening, I think my opponent didn't play very accurately. I mean, without bishop d7, black would come from the a5, but I think this is a completely protection. With he plays like this, and I will try to make it work sooner or later. Okay, but then I missed this opportunity, and later I decided to play this endgame. It was actually dangerous for him. I wasn't so sure it's winning or not. Probably it's not winning. Of course, I mean the pieces are not probably not enough, but okay, of course, like suffered a lot, so we have to be very careful. I think even after the same control, they had the drawing chances without playing 95. We could play g6, probably it was a draw. I wasn't so sure, but I had the feeling. Okay, but with 95 and I5, then suddenly, I mean, they miscalculated something. They saw that they could take on A2 and play H5. They missed F6. With me completely, I mean, from the start of the calculation. I mean, okay, so it was very unfortunate of my absence, but okay. That's
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. This is a commentary of round number 5 of this year's Prague Chess Festival, Masters and Challengers section. I'm here with Natasha Benmez-Bar. All the games are still in progress, as far as I can tell. I will give you the honor, Natasha. Where do you want to go first in this moment of the round? Where do you want to go first? Which game attracts you the most?
Let's have a look on Shankland Kimmer, maybe?
Shankland came up? Okay. Yeah. So we saw this just before the break, didn't we? Where Kmart did in fact play knight f6, very natural move, developing the knight. Shankland pinned the knight, bishop e6 and queen a4, all fairly standard stuff. And you said that you didn't care about white destroying this structure with bishop takes f6. And you're probably right. Maybe it's just nothing special for white at all because of the weakness on d4. There is a little bit of initiative, though, here for white, right? Just a little bit. I mean, black's next move does not look straightforward to me. Black's next move does not look simple.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, you have to keep your queen on d8 to protect your f6 knight. I don't know. Can I play my... I don't have obvious moves. It's completely true. Maybe bishop d5, rook c8.
No, I don't like this move, bishop d5, because now, for example, you've got... I was thinking you can just double, actually. Can I play this move? And double? And if you go back, I can come back, or I can even come this way. I'm not sure what bishop d5 achieves, really. I think this is actually quite difficult for black, this position, somehow. The more I look at it, because I don't see an easy move here for black at all. I don't see an easy move. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, yes. Maybe rook c8, because you cannot play queen takes a7, so maybe rook c8, just put a rook on an opened file.
So rook c8. Yeah, this move, of course, makes sense. You're not worried about me taking on a7 because of queen takes d4 check. So rook c8 I like more than bishop d5. And you're right. I mean, I don't... It's not easy at all, is it? Okay, bishop b5 actually does make sense here for white. Hitting this rook, forcing the rook to f8, I believe.
Yes.
And now I can bring this rook here. Looks very, very difficult, actually. Looks very, very tough. What do you think? For me, when I look at this position, it looks very, very tough.
You have to find a very good move for black. Otherwise, white is better.
Exactly. No, I don't love it at all. I don't love it for black. I think this is practice. And he does go queen d5. This move surprised me, but maybe it's a good move. I was looking at this. I guess the idea is that after takes, he's just saying, okay, the extra pawn there doesn't matter. I'm going to try and put pressure here, either this move or this move. And you can just say, I'm not really worried about anything here as black, because you don't have an initiative anymore on the king side. And In fact, if anybody has an initiative now, it's black. All of a sudden.
Okay, so if taking on f6 doesn't give a good advantage for white, so
This could be a great move.
black is okay.
Yeah.
Black is fine.
Yeah, this could just be a very good move, actually. Very well measured move. Okay, good stuff, Vincent Kamer. Good stuff. Let's carry on. Win has managed to get his queen out to h3 because Martirosian played this. He played check g3 and queen h3. Very logical. Queen d2 and knight d7. Very, very logical stuff. So Win forcing a weakness in this structure. Again, you kind of want to castle on the queen side, but do you run into moves like b5 and this file opens? Something about castling queenside here that I don't like. But then again, where do I put my king as white? Not easy to say at all.
I mean, you must play something like bishop f1, bishop g2, and short castle.
It's so slow. But maybe you're right. Maybe this is the way, and castle's short. I much prefer that. I much prefer that.
But black is fine. They have a good control on dark square.
Yeah.
I like black position.
Yeah.
And you?
Yeah, I do. I like black's position as well. I think it's very good. I think it's very, very good. Okay. We'll see again what happens there. And you were right, Natasha. After bishop e3, knight c5, b4, this is what I was looking at. Black did put the knight on e4. Looks very logical. The question was, do you put it on e4 or e6? Diak has gone for the e4 square, queen b3, and king h8 played by Diak. And back over to Boris. So what is Boris to do in this position here as a plan? It's not easy to play for either color, actually. I think this position is just a very, very difficult position in general.
Yes, it's unusual position.
Mm-hmm. It is an unusual position.
It's very an unusual position.
Yes.
I was thinking maybe I can play rook fd1, rook ac1, and try to go for a4, b5. I don't know. How would you play with white?
No, it's a good question. Well, he's gone b5 straight away. He's gone b5 straight. Probably I would go b5. Probably I would go b5 straight away.
I guess maybe bishop e6, threatening d4. No, it's maybe threatening d4 actually.
Bishop e6, threatening d4. Is it? Maybe. I'm not sure. Possibly, yeah. So if I go here, now you can't play d4, at least not easily. And queen c8, I guess, is what you want to do. But rook ac1 or takes, rook ac1. Oh, now d4 does exist. Excuse me, the queen actually protects the bishop. So d4 now is definitely an idea. So I have to do something after takes. I have to move my queen here, let's say. Queen c2. And
yeah, rook d8 to play c5 and d4 to rook d8 to protect the d5 pawn.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And I would still take white here because I don't like these pawns, these hanging pawns. I think they're long-term weaknesses for black, but it's unclear. I don't think it's a straightforward position at all. And we've had almost no moves in Robson and Wang Hao. They're really taking their time. E5 castles h6 is the last move we had, Natasha. It's been, what, half an hour in this position? Maybe longer. Um, so this is still interesting to see what Ray decides to go with here. The move b3 just looks so natural to me to play like this, and the bishop on b2, but I don't know. He decides to go bishop e3. So what does he want to do after rook c8? That's my question. How does he want to continue here? Does he want to go bishop c2, queen d3? Possibly. Unclear to me. Very, very unclear to me what he wants to do here.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what is his plan. Maybe he will go. He will try to attack the different weaknesses in black position. So c5 is a weakness. A7 is a weakness. E5 is not so easy to defend too. So maybe he will go. Okay, white weakness and strength is a d6 pawn.
Right, exactly.
So the question is how can you do it? Maybe you have to put to play rook f e1. You're right. I think b3.
Yeah, b3.
b3.
Yeah.
And then maybe it can play with rook f e1. Maybe here e4 is possible for black.
Yeah, that is a possible move. I'm not sure about bishop e3. I don't get it. I don't get what the piece is doing on the e3 square. I'm not sure about its placement.
Or maybe you go to e3 to go to f2, and then you have the choice. You can play bishop h4, bishop
yeah,
g3, bishop f2, and you can. You have a multitask bishop.
That is a very good suggestion.
But the problem with bishop f2 is that now the f4 square is not protected anymore. So maybe black can go with bishop h5 and bishop f4. So you always have to make some concession with white, and then from f4 go to e6 and go to d4. It's not so simple.
Yeah, not simple at all. A lot could happen there. Let's look at the challenges. Have we had any big updates there? Motilov against Bartel. For me, my favorite game of the round. Still very, very level, balanced. I think black is doing fine, though. I don't see it as a big problem with the extra exchange. But I also don't see this as being a problem for white because he's so solid. So I think this is, this is kind of dynamically equal. Owen Lamy against Paul Vinicius. Owen has managed to get the knights to very nice positions, but it's a kind of standard looking carrow in any case. Something like takes g6 is fairly standard here, and white is slightly better because of the space advantage, but I'm not sure how serious this position is for white. I always myself never had any big success.
You played the Caracan?
No, from the white side. From the white side.
Side.
Yeah. I never managed to beat these systems that easily. But then again, what do I know? And in Akash against Jan Vikuk, the Italian exploded because Akash got in this central break with d5, and Vikuk decided to take and play here. Taking the pawn is not possible because on takes. Black has got the well-known trap of bishop takes f2 check, winning the pawn back, and on king takes f2, queen f6 check. And this is fine.
Mhm.
So this is possible, but so instead Vikuk played knight g3, knight df4, takes, and knight e4. So we have a pretty standard position. The good thing for white is that he's going to play d4 very shortly, cutting this bishop out, and this bishop is going to struggle to get in the game. And the knights are operating very well. Maybe this has been a little bit too optimistic from Black's side, possibly. Don't know.
Yeah,
Very.
I think you're right. Yes, after a move like d4, white position is
It's
fine. You have like an extra pawn in the center, so
Mhm.
you have how to say a space, a small space advantage with your d4 pawn, very small one. Controlling e5 square, my knight on e4, the knight on e4 is strong. I think
Indeed.
it's nice it's a nice position for white.
Yeah, I agree. I think white is the preference. Yep. In the Peshak versus Stalmat game, Peshak has managed to trade off the light square bishop. Very interesting. But now there's a bit of pressure indirectly here, which makes a lot of sense for Black. That's his way of compensating the lack of the light square bishop. And yeah.
Yes, Black is threatening e4 and f4 too.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So how do you protect both of your pawns?
I've been looking and I don't know. I don't know. It's not easy at all.
Can I play something like knight c4? It's a little bit weird, but I'm not. Or knight f5, knight c4.
Yeah, knight c4 is actually a move, isn't it? Knight f5 looks better though, no? The knight sits on f5, it's a bit better. Something like this looks more normal to me. Yeah, and I think I still, probably in a real game, I would take white, but if I was playing a really good player, I would be quite, what's the word? I would be quite concerned. I would be quite worried somehow.
Yeah, it is the kind of position you have the feeling that white is better, but when you ask yourself, how can I improve my position with white? It starts to become more complicated.
Exactly.
Because actually, the e4 and f4 pawns are not so easy to protect, and Black is very well. His pieces are all working together. The e8 rook making pressure putting
Exactly.
pressure in the center, the knight on f6 attacking e4, the queen on c7 attacking f4.
Exactly.
I have the feeling that white is not so ready actually to. Is not ready yet because of the bishop on c1, the rook on a1.
Exactly.
But this is a kind of position where you will see the. I don't know if you say this way. The wind is turning. You can
Yes,
feel it. You feel it. You feel that you have something, but you
you
don't know
do.
what to do, and you don't know how to improve a position. And suddenly you feel that move after move, it's not you anymore. You're starting to defend your position.
Exactly. Okay, so bishop f5. Let's have a look at this position here. Yeah, bishop f5. This is
Looks
what
like
Robson has just played.
yeah, it looks like a grandmaster move, bishop f5.
But what's the idea exactly? I guess he just
Mm.
wants to be able to have the not be hit by e4, basically. So let's say I go rook e8. And I don't know, I move like b3 and e4.
Why do you want to play b3 all the time? I mean, in this position, it's maybe b3
Well,
is
it's just yeah, it's not. It's
necessary.
not. It's not. You're right. It's probably not necessary. Let's play a better move, queen d2.
Because once your bishop is on e3, you don't need to play b3 anymore
Exactly.
if you go to e3.
Exactly. Um, yeah, and now the question is, does this move exist? And I guess it does. I guess this is actually a very, very serious move here in this position. Wouldn't surprise me, actually, that this is a very, very serious move in this position here. And how do you deal with that? That's why he put the bishop on f5.
Okay, let's play a random move for black.
Okay.
a6.
Yeah,
a6.
I'm sure
Actually,
you can take this.
pawn
Half.
takes.
Okay, takes, queen takes. I'm sure this is playable.
Oh, and
In
you're
fact,
threatening g4, g5.
yeah,
Actually.
g4, g5 is definitely a threat. There might even be some other ways to get in. I can't see it exactly, but this looks like a very nice way.
Can I play rook c6? Is it possible to play rook c6?
Yeah, rook 81.
Okay.
No rush. Black is really short on moves here, isn't he?
Yes.
Looks very tough. Very, very tough.
Okay, so bishop takes h6 is a real threat.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, but I played rook e8 to play e4 earlier.
Okay, so if
instead
I
of
go,
playing.
you want to go e4 here. I think that's critical.
And now if you take
And now if I
on
take,
h6, I think it's not.
well, it's still dangerous. I always have a draw in hand, right?
Yes. But now maybe I have time to play rook e3 and maybe rook e5, something like this, if I want to bring a piece in defense.
Rook e1, let's say. Something like this. Not easy. Not easy. Yeah, I still prefer white, but it's a difficult position. we could really get something like that in this game. Wouldn't surprise me if we get Ray taking on h6. I think Wang Hao has to be very, very careful because Ray is kind of playing for two results in a lot of these positions. So bishop f5, the more I look at it, the more I really like it, actually. I think it's a very, very good move by Ray. All right, let's move on. Gelfand loading up the gun on the queen side, rook fc1, looks totally logical. So Dayak, Gelfand definitely with the initiative here against Dayak. And
I don't understand the idea of queen e8.
Queen e8 after
queen b5, queen
well,
e8.
I think he wanted to defend the pawn, but yeah, it's a bit unusual. It's a bit unusual. Rook fc1. But we're still in the realms of normality here, I would say. It's still not completely clear. I mean, I would take white for sure because I think the pressure on this pawn is going to be quite serious, but we're definitely not in a winning position or anything like that. I think there's a lot of fight. Finnick has installed a knight on c5 against Gledora with this, one of my favorite pawn constructions in chess. This construction here. So knight c5 makes a lot of sense.
But now in this position, I think queen e8 is an interesting move for black.
Yeah, now queen e8 certainly makes a lot of sense, right? Getting the queen off the file, protecting, also threatening to come out here at the right moment. Yes, this does make a lot of sense. Yeah, I think this position is just unclear. I think this is what Gledora wants as well. Gledora wants to keep winning chances alive. He's a lot higher rated. He's a lot more experienced.
And after a move like queen h5 with black, I can threaten to play e5 and to open the diagonal for my bishops. After queen h5, I have to find a way to make e5 works.
Yes, you do.
And he played queen e8.
He did play queen e8, yes. Yeah, so e5 is definitely in the air at some point. And white's next move, you've kind of got the maximum output for your pieces here. It's one of those positions where, you know, you have all your pieces on great squares as white, but actually doing something here is not so straightforward. Like, what's the next move for white? I don't really want to move the knight because I feel like I'm losing control on the king side, like knight d2, queen h5, followed by e5, and I'm getting worried. Maybe even e5 straight away after knight d2. Something like this, for example, might be unpleasant. So there's a lot of things to think about and to do here. Yeah, it's not straightforward at all. Not straightforward at all. We have had a bit of tension released in the Peshak versus Stalmat game, which makes sense because black had positioned his rooks, especially to open the file here. So Makes total sense. So after queen c8 in this position, what is white supposed to do? Well, you can't take on f4 immediately with the pawn, I don't think, because opening up this file looks like a big mistake.
Okay, so I must take on f6 first, and then I take on f4.
Yeah. And these pawns are kind of weak, but they're strong at the same time. They're controlling a lot of squares. And white can develop peacefully with bishop e3. I think this is what we'll see. And Peshak will take the low variance route today. Try not to force things too much. I think that's what's going to happen.
Yes, I think so.
In the Motilov game, we got something going on. So the knight came to d3, and black did play f6, Bartel. Makes lots of sense. Knight f4, and it's over to black. Where to put this queen? The most obvious square for me... if you move to f7, is he going to give a check? This is a problem, right? Because you can't go g6 because you lose f6. You can't go f5. That's a catastrophe, positionally speaking, because now the bishop is safe. You can go e6 and so on and so forth. So actually, you have to keep the queen on that diagonal. So do you put it on e4, but then you run into rook e1? And if you put it on f5, if you go knight takes d5 here, what is the issue? Also looks promising for white. I thought originally you could think about this, and f takes g5 check, but after king g1, g takes h4, now, I don't know, even knight takes c7, I don't think that black equalizes here with so many pawns. Does not look probable to me. So, yes.
So queen f5, knight take. Oh, he played no. Queen f5, knight take d5. What do you play with black? That's a good question.
Yeah, queen back somewhere.
Queen back.
But again, check is annoying.
King g8.
Yeah. Oh, now you're attacking two pieces. That is true, actually. Now you're attacking two pieces. This is completely true. Yeah, I don't see it. Can you take here? Can you actually do this and take with the e-pawn or with the bishop and claim that you have some kind of a draw? It's possible. It's actually possible.
And after king f7, if the king tried to escape?
King f7.
d5. Okay.
Yeah, we are a rook down, but you're right. It's not easy to see from a distance. But for sure today, Bartel with some serious problems to solve, practical problems. Akash also has to be careful. He could lose again today, a position like this. If your initiative dies here as black, it's really unpleasant. You know, white can actually go into an ending here. It's probably not going to be enough, but only white can be better in this ending with the working majority. It's probably still okay for black, but I would take white all day in this position here.
Yeah, I think this is the safest way for white to play. just going, as you said, going to an ending and play for a win or draw.
Yeah, exactly.
I agree.
All right, so some problems here for Akash, potentially. We will see. Where else is suddenly very interesting? Taking a quick look. Oh, Wang Hao did go with Rook C8, Rook C6. The original plan we were discussing, Natasha. Interestingly. I don't love it though. There's something about it I don't like. I can't tell you exactly why, but it looks unusual to me. But we'll see. What would you do here as white? You think?
First, I am thinking Queen D2, is working again or not? But maybe after Queen D2, Black can just play Knight E8 and
Yes.
oh no, Knight E8 doesn't seem to be good. Yeah, why not? Yeah, Knight E8, and if you take on H6, Rook takes D6.
So Queen D2.
I was trying to make work our previous idea.
Right.
And so it's not possible to take on H6 because of Rook takes D6.
I see. Nicely done. So what do we do about this? Do we just retreat the bishop? And if you take... Oh, now we have an interesting double attack here.
Can I play Rook D4?
Why not? It's a very thematic move. I like it. It's a very thematic move. I think you get there.
Is it
Absolutely.
enough?
Well,
I think yes.
probably is, yeah. Probably is. Yeah, I like it. I think this is absolutely a legitimate way for black to play, trying to wrestle the initiative. And this probably is not too bad. I mean, white is still better, I would guess, after something like takes, Queen D3, G6. But this is a protected passer. Your knight comes into the game. This is a very weak square. I could definitely see black playing like this. Meanwhile, in Matarosi Nguyen, we've had a lot of action. So he did castle long, Natasha. He did castle long, which is interesting, isn't it?
I think with black, I would go instant. I don't know how to say immediately for b5. Like I don't think at all. I just play b5 with my hand. Yes.
Yeah, you could do that. Nguyen decided to go for knight e5 though. Bishop f1, queen h5, bishop e2, and now the move knight takes f3. Very, very interesting. This is extremely interesting.
Okay, queen f4 is logical.
Yeah, queen f4 is very logical, of course. And now what is the big question? Well, he took on e4. I mean, the knight's on prise. And after knight takes e4, after knight takes e4, he can actually take, possibly. The idea being queen takes e4, queen g5 check, and now you have to block, because if king b1, bishop f5 wins the queen, so you have to play queen f4. And now after takes knight e4, we get this very strange position where black has got a knight and a pawn for a rook. Very interesting stuff. Very, very interesting.
I think I would like to play this position with black.
Yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see that. Um, so
Yeah, you can keep playing because after a move like bishop d3, you can play bishop d7, b5.
yeah, looks like good compensation, doesn't it?
Yes, very good compensation.
Mm-hmm.
And you can make pressure on f4, on d4, and on d5. No, it's nice to play with black. It's a nice position to play with black.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Shankland Kamer. Shankland looks like he got nothing from this. I really love how Vincent has played this position. Super well done by Vincent. And well, now there's a big decision. Do you take the queens off or do you go queen e3 check? I think queen e3 check is the most logical. Rook f2. But now black's next move is not so clear because you can't take because the e8 rook is hanging.
You can play rook e7 and
Yeah.
And rook d7, yes.
Mm-hmm.
d5, I can play d5.
D5 rook d7 d5 rook d7 anyway, and I'm gonna lose this pawn. Possibly bishop c4. Oof. Things got very complicated suddenly.
But it's quite forced actually.
Yes. It is to a certain extent quite forced, you're right.
Maybe I can play rook d6. Rook d6.
Yes,
and
rook d6.
with the idea bishop g4 maybe?
Yeah.
Is it an idea? Yes.
Yeah, I think white actually has to be very careful here. The more I look at this position, the more I start to like black. And that's problematic. For sure. I think black has got actually good practical chances here to put pressure on white. Very good practical chances.
And can we have a look on Gelfand Deak?
Yeah, it's got a bit interesting, hasn't it? So rook fc1, bishop d7, we last saw it. Rook a b1, putting all his baskets and his eggs in one basket on the queen side, and now h5. Very, very interesting. h5.
So this was the idea of queen e8.
Yes, he's actually going to go on the attack here. And I think that, well, it's very interesting, that's for sure. It's very, very interesting. Yeah, and what to do here, actually. What to do in this position as white, because you can try and play on the queen side, but at the same time, black is very fast on the king side. h4 is an immediate threat. Queen h5 then comes. And
yeah, and with h4, you're threatening to take on g3, and you can see how strong is the knight on e4.
I agree, exactly.
Should I exchange on e4 with white? Should I play knight takes
So
e4?
takes, and if I take with this pawn, allowing the bishop to enter the game like this.
Yes, but I have d4 and c5 squares. I'm not sure that I will take on c6 and
Yeah, okay.
first I take and then how can I?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, because when you move the bishop, the queen now protects the g3 pawn.
Yes.
I understand what you're saying there. But I'm still not convinced somehow.
Yeah, but if you open the h5, I think that your king is not safe. The black king is not safe that much.
Mm-hmm.
If black plays h4 and takes on g3, I can play king f2 and
Mm-hmm.
I can.
You think you're quite solid, yeah?
Yes, I think white could be attacking the black king after rook h1. Can play bishop takes e4 and
Yes. Yes. Yeah, this could be possible, actually. Okay, we'll keep an eye on it, shall we? Because I think there's a lot that could just happen here. There's a lot that could happen. On to the challengers. No big moves yet in Finnick against Gledoro. Finnick has just played king h1. Still tension there. Stalmack has managed to... Well, what happened here, actually? So knight e5, queen c8. Bishop takes f4. Interesting. We were looking at takes, and takes, but Peshak has gone for the very sort of aggressive option. And g5 by Stalmack. Very committal move. I don't know if I like it, but he does gain access to the e5 square. Oof, I don't know, Natasha, if I could play d5. What do you think?
I'm not sure it was necessary to play g5. I don't think, because you already have access to the e5 square. Now you give I think you give a good compensation for the e4 pawn. White is very strong on the light square.
Mhm.
I don't think g5 was necessary in this position. It looks aggressive, but not necessary.
Right. I agree. I think it was a bit unnecessary.
And with white, I can try to play like because I think black is threatening to play c4 and maybe knight d3, knight d7, knight e5, and putting all his pieces.
So you like c4 now for white?
Yes, c4 for white, and then you
put
keep
the bishop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. This looks pretty good, actually. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on to a different game. Where do you want to go next? Oh, by the way, Bartel did put the queen on f5, which is good. What about Lamy Pulvinicius? We have this position now. Pulvinicius has castles on the long side. Very interesting. Something you don't normally see in these Caracanes, but clearly he thinks he can put the king on b8 and nothing happens. But my question is, If these pawns start to get going, what are you going to do?
So maybe yes, before a4 seems to be very dangerous for black.
Exactly.
So maybe you play like with rook b8, rook c8, trying. When you play before, I will try to occupy the c4 square. I think, yeah, white is fine. They have space advantage, better knights, and now the prospect, can I say it this way,
Yeah.
of a queenside king attack. I don't know if it's so. Like we have, black cannot react in the center. Black cannot play f6. You cannot. I think it's very difficult to start an attack on the king side with g5. It's not possible. So you will have to wait. I think you have nothing else to do than playing king b8, rook c8, and hope that during white attacking process you will gain some square and try to. I think you're playing in reaction of white play.
Yeah, I agree. I think white still has got all the momentum here. Totally agree. Cook has actually played what we were looking at, by the way, Natasha, with queen g4. Okay. So we could get something like that. 0 winning chances, in my opinion, for black in these kinds of positions. Little bit of pressure for white. Peshak did play c4. Good. And knight takes d5. And now he's got a big decision which pawn to take back with. And I think quite clearly he's going to take with the e pawn. If he takes with the c pawn, this knight sits here very nicely on e5 for the rest of the game. He can just play bishop d6. And it's very difficult to see how to get the white square bishop in. So I think he will take with the e pawn. And now, for example, if bishop d6, you can even play queen h5, right? So you've got to be careful here suddenly with black. Queen h5 is coming. The bishop will come to c3. The bishop now has got a role to play. So I think Peshak is going to be a bit excited about his prospects here as well. Gelfand has done exactly what you said, Natasha, so well done. He took, and now came into b7 with the queen. Not worried at all about black's kingside initiative, which makes a lot of sense. Yeah, suddenly I am kind of looking forward to seeing how black deals with this particular position, because white has got a number of ideas. Firstly, you've got to be careful that I don't just take a pawn if you're not doing anything. And secondly, can I advance with e6 at the right moment and then take this pawn and try and cut down on your structure here? Very possibly. Interesting game. Very, very in the balance.
I really like the e6 plan for white. Okay. I was thinking that queen b7, the only idea was to take on a7, but the plan with e6 is very, very interesting, actually. I really like it for white.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is very, very interesting. And I still really love Ray's position. I just cannot work out the best way. That's the problem. I just can't conceptualize. Is the move rook f2 here ridiculous, to put the rook on d2 and then be able to move the queen out here like this?
No, it's not ridiculous at all. Not at all.
Could be a move, couldn't it?
Yes, it is. Okay, you just have to find for white the good setting.
Exactly.
But rook f2 is nice. You have good ideas, Lawrence.
No, trust me, I have I have terrible ideas, but sometimes I come up with a good idea. Sometimes. Navara Hari Krishna has swapped right down, by the way. We last saw it around here. We have big trades going on. It looks like trade and then trade and trade. And it looked, yeah.
Yeah, I was going trade and draw.
Trade and draw. Totally agree. I think after d takes c6, something like queen takes c6. This is on, so if you take, I can just take. And that's going to be a draw, or just takes here is also sufficient for a draw. You can just do this. These guys, they've known each other a long time. They're good friends. They will not fight out such a position here when it is dead equal. That will end in a draw pretty soon. Shankland decided to put his king on f1, by the way, in all of this, which is interesting. Position is complicated still. Still prefer black. But again, your move rook e7 to d7 might be the correct way here, Natasha. This might just be the correct way.
But the point is, after rook e7, maybe white can play rook f4 and go for perpetual check.
Exactly.
Maybe that's the idea.
Rook f4, yeah, this is clever. Cutting. Yeah, I like this move a lot. Cutting the queen's influence.
So black has to play, I think, rook d5 to cut the white queen.
Mm-hmm.
And here, can I play queen c6?
Queen c6, queen b4 also. I still take black. But you're right, it's not straightforward. Absolutely not straightforward at all. Okay. Let's see what else.
And the point, I think, in this position, if you play rook e d7, maybe I can I can play
queen c3.
Queen c3, yes.
Yeah, and this structure you're happier with because you can play c4 very quickly.
Yeah, and now I am a pawn up, actually.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah, I like this. I like this a lot. Yeah,
okay,
I like this a lot.
See.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah, let's go for another very quick break. As we do on the hour. So far, it doesn't look like any position is winning. I don't see a winning position anywhere. I think that this has been the most balanced day so far. Normally, there's a winning position by now. At the moment, I don't see it. But of course, all the games still in progress, still plenty of tension. So we'll be back in just a few minutes for continued coverage of today's round. Certainly some interesting games. Gelfand, Robson, Martirosyan. In fact, they're all reasonably interesting, except probably this one in the Masters, which is going to end in a draw very, very soon. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. See you soon.
My name is Karel Janeček. I am a mathematician and social innovator. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. Since 2016, D21 has been used in various participatory processes around the world, such as participatory budgeting in New York City and a big number of urban and city planning projects in the Czech Republic, France, Scotland, Tunisia, and India. The revolutionary D21 method has also been used in Czech, Slovak, Tunisian, or Zambian schools to teach democracy in a fun way and gives children a voice in what is important to them in the school environment. D21 applied to parliamentary or presidential elections will produce more consensual results, reducing populism and extremism. Small parties and independent candidates will gain space. This electoral method will produce positive campaigns and will not divide voters into opposing camps, which currently is a huge problem in elections around the world that use single vote systems such as first past the post. D21 is the key to finding consensus, and its wide adoption for political elections will heal our democracies. How does it work? Here is a small demonstration. The Janeček method D21 is a modern voting system. Standard polls only grant you one vote. This system works with more options, using positive and also possibly negative votes, which allow you to express your opinion with more precision. This way you don't have to vote for a lesser evil. You are free to select options to support and those who you strongly dislike. Such polls can work in politics, municipalities, companies, and even among friends. Let's take a look at a practical example. Citizens want to decide what the city's budget should be used for. It could be a cycling trail, a park, apartment blocks, a firehouse, or a VIP parking lot. When every citizen has only one vote, the VIP parking lot wins. This is because an organized minority can easily outvote the others. If every citizen had two votes instead, they might agree on the residential development. At the same time, the negative vote would reveal a controversial choice, in this case, the VIP parking lot. Janeček method D21 finds consensus, the solution with which more citizens are satisfied. Try out this modern voting system and upgrade the way you vote at www.participate21.cz. You can right now, voting each day for the best chess games at the Prague Chess Festival. Simply go to www.praguechessfestival.cz/voting. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague Chess Festival. My name is Karel Janeček, and I am a mathematician and a social innovator. When I was a kid, I played chess competitively and loved strategic card games. I may have been a mathematician since birth, at least as far as I can remember. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. D21 is the key to saving democracy, and its implementation for political elections is absolutely crucial. Another innovative product we developed together with scientists from the Science 21 Foundation is the revolutionary mathematics game Mateso. I believe that Mateso will enable children from all over the world to learn mathematics in a fun way and help them develop critical thinking, a crucial skill in today's turbulent times of omnipresent information and misinformation. That is why we came up with the innovative board game Mateso, which brings mathematics closer to all age groups in a fun way. By playing Mateso, preschool children subconsciously gain knowledge of key information about the structure of the number system without having to know any number or perform a single calculation. Namely, the game includes a multiplication table, prime numbers, factorials, Fibonacci numbers, and the concept of zero. By playing this game, a so-called backbone algorithmic system is created in a very entertaining way. It is a natural consequence of certainty in all basic mathematical operations. With Mateso, starting primary school mathematics would no longer be scary. It will change into a fun subject. For school-age children and teenagers, this game has a similar effect. However, the activation rate of the backbone algorithmic system is inversely proportional to the age and the level of dislike of mathematics that individuals acquire during the classical educational process. For adults, this game is not only a way to teach their children the necessary basics in mathematics, but also an opportunity to find their own acquired blockages in this field and gradually get rid of them. Mathematics is all around us, and it is beautiful. However, its beauty is easy to overlook if we don't know how to look. Mateso is the way to learn it. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague International Chess Festival.
First of all, thank you for the invitation. Okay, I can start to speak about the opening. I play this similar Berlin with rook e1. In this type of similar structures, you need to play careful with black. Because I come with this idea h3 g4 and you need to took on f4 just to clear. Because after bishop back, I took on g5 and knight f3 and I come fast. Right now I feel normal. I want to continue to play.
Yes, it was a very tough game. I thought that after f4, which I thought was a good move, I have a very pleasant and very dangerous attack. But then he played some really good moves and all of a sudden it wasn't easy because
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to live coverage of round 5 of the Prague Chess Festival Masters and Challengers. We are deep into the round now. It's the third hour. As far as I can see, we still have not got any results, but we will be getting one very, very soon. David Navarro against Pintala Harikrishna has, as we expected, gone into a drawish endgame. Which is very, very well expected, I would say. I mentioned yesterday, Natasha, I thought this game of all the games was the most likely to be a draw, and that is the case. It has been a draw. So we'll move on. Now, things have got a bit more exciting in the Shankland game. We've had one move. Rook c5 by Vincent Kaymer. Double attack on the queen. The queen will have to move to b4 or a4. And then the rook's going to come to c2. And I mentioned that I haven't, like, white's pieces lack some coordination in my eyes. There's a small problem here with the coordination of these pieces. And so I think that there are some problems here for Sam Shankland, some practical problems for sure that he's having to work out. So we will soon see about that one. And Sam with a little bit of trouble, for sure. In the win game, he's just taken on d5 as well. A very interesting position has arisen. Now, what ended up happening is after knight takes e4, he didn't go for this move, rook takes e4, Natasha. Instead, he played rook f8, the other way to play this position, queen e3, bishop h3. But white played rook f1 anyway. Bishop h3 was designed to prevent rook f1, but rook f1 was played anyway because the knight is pinned. So white gets two pieces, but black gets a whole lot of pawns. So now, for example, after rook takes f3, we're going to get this position. This is a very, very difficult position to assess. I think I would probably even take black here, probably. So I feel like the rooks can influence this position somehow. But I'm not 100% at all. So yeah. We'll see.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yes.
We'll see about that one for sure. We did get something similar to what we have been looking at in the Robson Wang Hao game, and our move, well, it's on the table now. Bishop takes h6. We were saying for a long time how if white can get this in, it probably works. So Ray is in the tank thinking about this move for sure, and I think he will play it. It's the move to play. And on g takes h6 to play queen takes h6. And I guess the only thing that Ray is trying to work out is how does he get the other rook into the game? Does he have more than a draw? That's what he's trying to calculate in this position, basically. That's what he's trying to do, 100%.
Okay, so I think now white is threatening to take on e4 with f3 and then play rook d3 and
Yes,
the rook to the king side. So I think black has to prevent it.
with e3. Now rook d3, and Yeah, I don't really see a way for, and also there's your idea of g4, g5 from earlier that still exists in certain positions for sure.
Yes, but now if you play g4, maybe I can play e2. And you have to play rook e1, rook take d6. Is it?
That's true, actually, yeah. But this is a bit slow. This is a bit slow. If I start going passive, yeah, no, I don't want to get into this position.
Okay, but anytime you can take the perpetual check with white. So it's a relief, I would say. Like you take no risk with this variation with white. Anytime you can take the draw.
That's true. There is no risk ever. You're right. There is always a draw. Curious to see how Ray does though. If he finds a mechanism here. I certainly don't. Yeah.
But it is his idea. He played queen c1, aiming h6, rook d1. I think he will go for it.
That is true, yes. Okay. I think he will go for it. Let's see if he finds a way. Meanwhile, Deac Gelfand, and it looks as though Deac has done pretty well to get this position. What happened exactly? Queen b7, Deac played a5, bishop d4, e3, very natural, and queen e6. And Deac is basically saying, how do you wish to make progress, Mr. Gelfand? I still have my ideas of coming in on the king side. What is it you want to do here with white? And that's a very serious question.
Yeah, white missed the idea e6 you proposed earlier. And I think now now black has a very solid position.
Right.
And
he goes bishop c5. Yeah, he tries to break this construction. That makes a lot of sense. He goes bishop c5 because he wants to remove this bishop.
Yes, and if you don't trade bishops, you can. I was thinking that the b7, the white queen has not so much square actually.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. So maybe rook fb8, something like this.
Queen c7.
Queen c7. And perhaps you could go rook c8. There could be a repetition here. It's not completely unreasonable because the question is, do you really want to go queen d6? Because after takes, let's say takes, I'm not sure that pawn is actually a strength here. I'm not sure at all. Could be a weakness. The king comes back very quickly. Black is quite solid. So I'm not sure at all that this is a realistic option here for white. So this could be one of those positions. If Deac wants an early day, he might end up making a draw. It looks like he might have a draw sort of in
immediately.
pocket.
Yes.
Yeah, in the pocket if he wants it. If he really, really wants it.
And can he get more than a draw?
That's the question. Like here. What else is he supposed to do though? It's kind of a good question.
White doesn't want to take on b4 because after bishop takes b4, a takes b4, I can take on black can take on a2, and I think it's better for black. So bishop takes b4 is not a threat.
Also not a threat. Yeah, I agree.
Or I can come back to b8 with my rook instead of, because there's no problem with the queen on c7.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of playing rook b8 is c8, maybe having the rook in an open file is better.
So where do you want to go? Rook cb8.
Yeah, rook cb8, and with the queen on c7, maybe I
Mhm.
can see if
Just-
I can have something more in this.
Yeah, difficult one though, no? Very, very difficult one.
Yeah, how do you improve with
Yeah,
black?
good question.
That's a good.
Very, very good question.
Can I try something like rook b5? Trying
Very
to force
possible.
you to take on
Sure.
b4 and
Forcing this, and then you get all the pressure.
yes.
Makes total sense to me to play like this. Makes total sense. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I do like it.
Oh,
We'll see
wait.
it. Yeah, go on.
Can we go to Robson?
Robson?
Yeah, wrong.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
He played
Things
f4.
happened.
He didn't go for it. That's very surprising for me. But he probably just didn't see a way to push further. He probably saw that he had a draw, but he decided that he wants to keep pieces on with like this and go f4. And now h5 by Wang Hao.
He wants to play knight g4.
He wants to play knight g4, yeah.
Or maybe g6, then no, I don't like g6.
Yeah, I feel like that's a missed opportunity. Now this bishop is just not quite working. It feels like Wang Hao gained something in all of this. It really does. Feels like Wang Hao really.
And you don't understand anymore why the queen is on c1.
No, all of the construction just doesn't make sense. That's the problem. All of the construction doesn't make sense. And
But I understand it. It's quite difficult to take this decision to take on h6 to sacrifice a piece when you have only 20 minutes left to play more than 20 moves. It's not an easy decision, that's sure.
right, that's true.
Especially, yeah, you're playing a very strong player, an ex top 10 in the world, so
Exactly.
it's a very tough decision.
Agreed. Totally agreed. Yep. Very, very interesting. Okay, we'll keep an eye on it for sure. What about in the challenges? Have we got any big news? Well, Stalmach is an exchange up against Peshak. So Peshak sacrificed the exchange. He decided to take with a c-pawn. That surprised me to allow this, but he basically probably thought that he still gets a big attack. And he allowed this. Incredible. Ah, he had an idea with trapping this queen, almost. And now he comes in knight d3. Clever play by Stalmach, but White has full compensation with the bishop, the weakness of the black king, and the passed pawn. And in fact, Stalmach here played a5. Wow. Why? What's his idea? Ah, he wanted to put the bishop on d4. Well, it's an interesting idea because he felt like the bishop needs to contribute. And if the rook comes back, rook bb1, and now move like bishop e5, and black has gained a level of coordination, which may be good enough to hold the balance, actually. could be very,
Yeah,
very interesting.
I think that white is playing for a win. You can go for plan with the king g2, a3, g4. Try to create another pass pawn with h4. And you don't have any open files for your rook with black. So you're quite passive, just waiting for white to play.
Indeed. Mm-hmm.
So I think it
right.
won't be an easy task for Stalmack to hold the draw.
Right.
And okay, he has 3 minutes left for 3 moves.
Right.
This is enough. Okay.
It is. Yeah, it is. Okay.
Maybe you
Okay.
can switch to this game.
Yeah, let's go somewhere else. It looks as though this might end in a draw. We've had knight d3, queen g6, knight f4, queen f5, knight d3. So that's a possible repetition, which is the correct result, by the way. So if that ends in a draw, that's completely fine. Erwin Lamy has got the kind of position against Pulp Vinicius that he wants. Full pressure, space advantage all over the board. Black has got no breaks. Can't do anything with the rooks because the knights are attacking these pawns here. So I have to say, I very much like what Erwin has done in this position here. And he's got great chances. And he needs this desperately. Erwin has had a really, really difficult tournament so far. So I would like to see Erwin win today. He's on 1.5 out of 4. He did beat Akash yesterday, but he had a tough start, losing against Gladura and Vikuk. And to win this today would actually get him to 50%, which he would be satisfied with after this start. So big opportunity today for Erwin Lamy. Not an easy position for Black to play. Not many plans, not many ideas at all, actually.
I am trying to find the winning plan for White.
Exactly.
And Is a6 a threat right now? Is White threatening a6?
Yes, I think that there's certainly this idea exists to go a6. Yeah, certainly. Why not?
Let's good luck to play. Okay. I think White will play knight e2, knight c3, chasing the queen, and then keep on pushing queenside.
I agree. I think that's
White
a great plan. I think that's a very, very good plan. Yeah, this position is just not fun at all for
Black.
For Black, this is not fun. Yeah, and poor Paul Vinicius, he's had some long games as well. It's going to be really, really tough.
Yeah, when you're Black. Sorry, I was going to say when you're Black in this kind of position, you wish like you were doing something else.
Exactly. You do.
Than playing chess.
Yeah, that is 100% true. And we're going to move on to this position here, where we have White to play, but Jan Vikuk has got a perfectly sound position here as White. I think it's just slightly better for White. I guess the big test is if you go knight c5. What are you supposed to do against this, against knight c5?
I think I should take on c5 with black. I would exchange. I trade my
Mm-hmm.
I'd say my useless dark square bishop against the very
Yeah.
strong white knight,
Yeah.
and I think here you have to take with the b pawn so you can make pressure on the b file
Correct.
with
Mhm.
white, but then it might be a little bit difficult for white to improve the
Yeah, you
position. No?
still feels like black should hold, but you definitely take white with all these pawns fixed on light squares. 100%. You definitely take white here. And yeah, and I think some defending to do for Akash after what's been a difficult few days for him. Been very, very difficult for sure. Uh, okay, wow. Gladura Finnick has got exciting suddenly, and I absolutely love what Gladura has done. He's kept the tension, so he's kept pieces on the board, and now he has sort of position where he can happily try to outplay the young Finnick. There's this in Black's eyesight. Some break with g5 is not unreasonable at the right moment. And this is potentially, well, very dangerous for white, especially when, even though white is solid, again, doesn't look like he has clear moves.
Finnick has played queen b3.
Finnick did play queen b3. Now, I guess you just go g5 here, especially with the queen now off this long diagonal. Surely that's the move here. So what do you do here with white?
Maybe I would take on g5 and put a knight on e5.
You want to take and put a knight on e5, huh? Firstly, I can take with the rook. That's an important...
Oh, that's what I missed.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I cannot take on g5 because I would be checkmate. I would be checkmated on h2. Okay, but if you don't have to take with the pawn, so my idea is not working.
Mm-hmm.
So I cannot take on g5.
No, you cannot. And if you can't take on g5, then g5 must be the right move, right? Because it's the natural follow-up in this position. It's the absolutely natural follow-up. So...
But look, if I cannot take on g5, am I losing my f4 pawn?
Well, I think
okay. I think the idea is if you play g takes f4, white will play e4, and then you close diagonal h to b8, and you have very strong pawn center.
But then there are some rook takes g2 ideas. I don't know. Like, let's just say you played a move like this, and e4. Can I take on g2?
Yes, in this position you can. So
looks very, very dangerous. Queen b3 is a very strange move. It's a move to me that Finnick, I think, has played because he doesn't know what to do. He's short on time. I'm 100% sure Gladura is going to play g5 here. And if Gladura does play g5 here, I don't expect Finnick to be able to hold this. This was a brilliant strategic game by Gladura so far. He took his opponent, his young opponent, out of theory. He played a very offbeat line, a very unusual line. And now, well, yes, it's
Yeah, now he has initiative and
Mhm.
very good attacking chances. So it's a
Exactly.
perfect opening.
Exactly. So this
It's-
looks very, very good. I fully expect a black win here. Peshak. All three results are possible here. I don't see Peshak losing though. Exchange down, but he has two pawns. Weak pawn here. His bishops are both working extremely well. And again, I think this is
And look, even if you open the c file, black rooks cannot go to the c file. Your f5 bishop controls c8, and
mhm.
your rook are stuck in e8, and you cannot play rook e7. Bishops are very, very strong, so it's I don't know if you have time to play. You don't have time to play rook a8, for example, because white can play d6 then d7. So it's a very difficult position for black.
I agree. Very,
And
very tough.
Stalmak played c3, actually.
Ah, he played c3. What's the idea after rook c1? Because he can't play rook c8 here. Don't quite get it. This one I don't quite get. What's the idea?
I know you
Rook
just lose your...
a8. This is his idea. Rook a8. This is what he. But now you can
Yeah,
push. No, no, no. I think Stalmak. He's only got 30. Is that 37 seconds?
yes, but he has 2 moves to do.
Yeah, but even still,
Three moves.
it's it's a position which requires more time than 30 seconds.
Of course.
I can promise you that. No, this is a very, very difficult position. I think Peshak has got great chances. There was a draw in the end, Motilov against Bartel. That makes a lot of sense. I expect a draw has been agreed indeed in Hari Krishna against Navarra. Very cute self stalemate here by Navarra. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. And in Shankland against Kama, well, we're going to get another rook ending. It's amazing. Vincent Kama almost never finishes the game before the ending. He just has an ending in every single game. It's truly remarkable.
So is it an easy draw for white? I think yes.
Yes, takes rook f6. With the active rook, I see no reason why this shouldn't be a win for white. Yeah, indeed. And
so this game will be a draw too?
Okay. I think this will be a draw, yes. This game is still completely in the air. Very, very difficult to say after, let's say, takes. We have this imbalance that is just very difficult to assess. I don't know who I would take and why. Maybe I would take white now, slightly, but I don't think objectively it's much for white. And then we have this game, the Ray Robson game, which has been a difficult one to guess and to play. White is probably still for preference here, but maybe it's not much. Um, Difficult to know exactly what both sides want to do actually in this position here. Very difficult. Um, so let's see here.
Yeah, let's see the other games.
Yeah, let's see the other games. What other games?
Gelson Deac.
We have this exact position on the board. Looks as though they're heading for a draw with the repetition. I thought Deac might do that. It's not an easy position to play. It doesn't look like too much for black. So Queen b6, and I think they're going to agree to a draw if Deac plays Rook b8 here. So a threefold repetition here. Totally acceptable result.
Yes, Gelton has no other choice than accepting the draw.
Exactly. And I think we will get it.
Okay.
And yes, let's see what else is going on. I think most of the action is in the challenges. We did get g5. We did get g5 here by Gledora, yes.
I feel like took on g5. And rook takes.
Yeah, and I think it's very difficult to find another move there. So this makes total sense to me that this happened. And I think Finnick is in for a very, very difficult few minutes now. 5 minutes left. He has to make 13 very, very difficult moves.
I'm not sure he will survive the time control.
No.
I'm not sure.
I'm also not sure. I think it's going to be very, very difficult to survive this. Very, very difficult. I don't even know the right move here, really, to be honest. Not straightforward at all.
Yeah, black has a threat. Just take on g2. I think this is a threat. Rook takes g2 in this position.
Yeah, rook takes g2 is a threat. So this is absolutely a threat. Rook takes g2 and queen takes f3 is just a threat. So you have to play some knight move, like knight d to e1. This is a very negative. He played queen d1. This is another move. And now, I guess you just double, right? I guess you just double. I expect this move from Gledora just to play the natural double.
You may have another idea to play rook g4 and bishop takes h2, something like this.
Oh, wow.
You can try.
That's a very nice idea, actually. Maybe Gledora will invest some time, actually, in this position, because it's very easy to play rook dg8, but it's also a little bit lazy, somehow. And Gledora, you know, he's a very, very strong grandmaster, 2645 rated. So...
Yeah, he wants to...
He's only 23.
His opponent before the time control, so I don't think he will let Finnick a second to breathe.
Right.
And so when you play a move like rook d g8, you say to your opponent, okay, now it's your turn to play.
Mm-hmm.
But with a move with like rook d4, when you say to your opponent, find a move,
Find a move.
it's not the same
You're right.
situation because you have concrete threat.
You're absolutely right. And
Okay, so this game will be very interesting to follow. Maybe
yeah,
we can go to other positions.
okay. Peshak doing very well, I feel. Full control, active
Yes.
pieces everywhere. Ready to take this pawn when he wants. I think Peshak is in a great position. Erwin Lamy also is just completely winning now. It collapsed for Port Vinicius. It's not really a surprise. The position is incredibly tough to play. And Erwin did play your idea, Natasha, of knight e2, knight c3. And f6 is a kind of desperate move. Knight takes e6, fe5. And now Erwin will play knight c3. Queen c4 is the only move, and now knight e4 might end the game because if you go back to b5, I have knight d6. Look at these knights.
Beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful. And the rook is on prise whenever. Knight c3, queen c4 is on the board yet. Erwin is just playing knight e4 here. There's no doubt about it. It's a very easy discovered attack. If the queen goes to a6, you have b5, queen takes a5, b takes c6, and you can take back with the knight. You could even throw in a check. Oh, this is actually nice. Sorry, this is mate. This is very nice. And if you go this way, it's also mate. Look at this. Oh,
Wow.
that's
The beauty of chess.
That's very, very, very nice. So fully expect Lamy to win. We, however, are going to take a very short break because we do have a guest in the studio. The one and only David Navarra is going to join us very, very shortly. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be speaking to the local legend in just a few minutes. Back, we are joined by the legendary David Navarro. David, nice to see you. You today had a draw against somebody you know very well, Mr. Hari Krishna. You've been playing with him. How many years now have you been playing with Hari Krishna? I will say over 20.
We played many games, but mostly recently because I was not playing in Virtus Championships so often,
Right.
because I was studying at the secondary school also and like this. But we played together in a tournament first time in 1997 in Cannes, in France. There is even an old picture where we are sitting next to each other. I received this picture from Hari when
Fantastic.
we were playing for the same team, and we have been playing for the team of Nový Bor for about 10 years together, and we used to prepare together some time ago. I mean, after COVID, no longer, but okay, we know each other well. So it was a question who would deviate from the lines which we had analyzed together. Mostly I'm ready to deviate from them, but Harry deviates from them earlier.
Right.
So,
let's have a look. So far in this opening, pretty standard, I would say, around here. I guess this position has been reached many times. Where is the first deviation, would you say, that is of interest?
I don't know. I think I prepared something like this for Czech Chess Championship 2022, and I expected Bishop E7. And my impression was that White plays Rook probably a e1 and e4 at some point. I remember that king g8 was the move for black, and that black probably holds equality with precise play, but that it can be a bit tricky with the weak pawn on f7. But I don't know really. There is also knight b6 at some point, but I no longer remember those lines well because I prepared it for 2022 and now it's 2023. So bishop f6 was a sort of surprise for me, but I thought that b4 b5 should not bring me much because um, first of all, black can also play a6 and simplify the position a bit, and moreover even this b4 b5 push is not so dangerous for black even if he allows that, because I can exchange on c6, but if black puts his knight on b6 and maybe bishop on e6, I'm not so optimistic about white's chances because c5 can be there on many occasions.
Right.
I would need to bring my knight from f3 to c5, but it takes quite some time. So I was rather skeptical, but this e4 is unlikely to bring white anything real. I somehow overestimated this move, and it's nothing special.
Okay.
Although I had some initiative, but if black consolidates, my d4 pawn might become weak.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, and that's kind of what happened. There was a takes, knight f8, rook e1, bishop e6, all fairly standard. Now you went for the trade, bishop c4, king g8, rook d1, bishop e7, knight e5. All looks fairly standard to me. Takes, and queen d5.
Yes, there were some sharp lines in some variations, but they didn't materialize. For example, if instead of after rook fe1, black can take on d4, but then bishop c4 comes. Is rook fe1, bishop takes d4, bishop c4. Now bishop f5, and now white can either take on f7, because if black exchanges everything on e4 and takes on b2, white will have nice compensation because there is bishop takes b2, perhaps rook b1. There's something like queen f6, and bishop somewhere, and then bishop c2, and black's knight cannot move then, and maybe bishop c4 is, I don't know if b3 or c4, but white has nice compensation because black's king is weak. And there are queens on the board. So that's one option. There was also another crazy line. If white doesn't take on f7, there is also rook d1 instead of this.
1 second. Just give me a second.
Instead of bishop takes f7, there is rook d1.
1 second. So instead of which one? Instead of
bishop takes f7,
rook d1
one move earlier. Rook d1, rook takes e4, rook takes e4, and everything takes. Bishop takes f2, king takes f2, queen takes d1, and knight e5. Probably it's a draw. I'm not really sure. I saw something like queen d2 check, king f3, queen d1, king f2. I'm not sure if black can avoid perpetual here. We briefly looked at it and haven't found more, but there could be something. So,
right.
But okay, white has no need to go for this when there is bishop takes f7. So Harry played it solidly, and then the position was just equal. Actually, in the pawn endgame, there were some interesting options.
Okay, let's go straight there. So
yes, it's basically equal. I mean, king f8, rook d7, a5 is just an immediate draw, because if I play rook c7, for example, there is rook e4, rook a4 then. And if I play rook a7, there is... okay. If I play rook a7, there is rook e5 and immediate draw. But Harry played rook e7, which is also fine, but a bit unnecessary, because now I get a slightly more active king and rook d8.
Yes. Yeah, of course.
And black needs to be a little bit careful. c5 is a good move, and black wants to push f5. So I considered playing King D6 here, so I became excited about it because King D6, King E4, King E6, G5 might be lost for black because I have ideas based on F4, F5 check. And I don't know if it's enough to win, but black runs a serious risk. Harry,
Okay.
after the game, Harry suggested F6 instead of King E6, a move earlier, and probably it still holds because black will be in time to push King E6, F5 check.
Right.
But it contains this pawn end game contains some venom. I mean, there are some tricks.
Okay. Agreed.
So it's basically everything because in the game it was clear that it would end up in a draw already. So I considered whether I should push a4 and block it all or stalemate myself, as I did also against Alexei Shirov in the European Team Championship
Mhm.
2007 or 9, 2009. So I went for the latter.
Very cute way to self. Very nice. Very, very nice. Okay, well, look, I think probably it was the correct result today. A draw, you are on 50%. You have drawn all your games. It's a tough tournament, but plenty of chess to go. Tomorrow's the rest day, but the day after.
I'm going to play Sam Shankland with white again.
Okay, so double white.
Yes, nice.
Good chances. Very nice. Yeah.
Better than double black, at least
Certainly.
mostly.
Certainly better than double black.
I mean, yesterday I played a very interesting game, but so far my games with white pieces were rather insipid here. I'm willing to play for a win, but my pieces are not willing because I am not getting promising positions out of the opening.
Right.
And then it's hard. And maybe I have another conjecture because I like to walk, and there are several cemeteries next to the hotel.
Okay.
I mean, in this city district, the biggest green areas in the nearby are cemeteries, or almost the
Right.
only green ideas. So maybe by walking there, I got the impression of a draw death of chess. So I don't know. Maybe it's somehow.
Maybe don't walk. Try to avoid the cemeteries. Maybe that will.
But there are not so many green areas where I
Okay.
can walk. Otherwise, I mean, there are, but they are considerably farther than those cemeteries.
I see. Well, you'll find a way, David. I know you. You'll find a way for a bit of inspiration. But thank you for joining us. Thank you so much. Good luck in the remainder of your games.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. Have a good afternoon or any part of the day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
David.
You are welcome. Goodbye.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We just heard from the Czech legend and Czech number one, David Navarra. He had a bit of a disappointing draw somehow with white today. Didn't find anything out of the openings. He's not had any opening success thus far, but let's see if that changes after the rest day. Somebody who has had success is Benjamin Glidura. We last saw the position after Queen D1 Natasha, Gladura with this big attack down the king side with all the lines. He decided to retreat the rook back to g7, e4, knight f4 then happened, e5 trying to cut everything, but now bang, rook takes g2. Point being, after rook takes g2, knight takes g2, king takes g2, black can now play the move that Gladura had planned, c5. Lovely move. Now the bishop enters the fray, and this position is kind of the worst position you could want in in time trouble like Finnick is. Finnick has got to make 9 moves with absolutely no time left. It's a position which requires an enormous amount of time, especially when the bishop lands on c6, which it has, and I see no way Finnick surviving. In fact, the position is already objectively lost. King f1. Now you can just take on d4, for example. Oops.
No, you can't.
Sorry.
You have to queen h3 first.
Queen h3
King
first.
e2, rook takes d4.
Thank you.
And everything is falling apart.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll try not to blunder my queen. Rook takes d4. And yeah, just no way white survives. King is too open. Something like this. The bishop is now getting involved as well. I just don't see a realistic chance for the young Finnick to survive, which is unfortunate, but Gladura could take a big lead in this group if he wins today, because Gladura was winning before. Well, he'll be a half point clear of Bartel if he does finish this off, which I'm confident he will. So queen h3 check now on the board by Gladura, and very difficult now for Finnick. King e2 also on the board. And not really much to say. Not really much to say. This is simply a losing position for white. Peshak is still doing well, not a big change. They've reached move 40, so we'll come back to that and just make sure that no other games are running. Lamy has actually won the game against Paul Vinicius. That's official. That ended in the way we kind of expected. Knight d6. Look at these knights. Goodness me. Knight d6, queen a4. He took the rook and then played b5, and then rook a2 is going to win more material. And Paul Vinicius had enough. Horrible day for Paul Vinicius. Castling queenside probably isn't correct. But it was a nice bounce back game again. So Erwin has now won 2 games in a row, puts him back to 50%. So he'll be happy. Vikuk, very slightly better as always against Akash. Again, just questions of what to do in this position. As white, how do you make progress? Not completely straightforward, but with the structure fixed as it is, you do feel that white should be better. And so the challenges, we might get a slightly earlier day. Well, it depends. I think this game is the game that might go on the longest. Let's go back to the Masters, because we've had some quite big developments in this Ray Robson game. Ray decided to trade D for C, so the bishops get active, but now in this position, Ray has decided to go for the opposite color bishop position, which makes sense. And here he plays rook d6, e3. So Wang Hao with a cheeky line up here. Queen e2. And now queen e2 is interesting because you also threaten queen takes g4. So this game actually could get very interesting. 3 minutes for Ray, 4 minutes for Wang Hao, 9 minutes to play. Lots of blunder potential. Well, when queen takes g4 happens, there's a lot of blunder potential in this position. So I'm very curious to see what Wang Hao does. I'll come back to that in a minute. We did get a draw, Shankland, Navarra, no big surprise. Sorry, Shankland, Kamer, rook takes b2, king f3 will happen, and Sam did not fancy playing this on, which is fine. We already knew about Navarra as well. Multi-Rosian win, still totally unclear who's better and why. I'm warming more and more towards white. It feels as though the white pieces have still got that better coordination, but the black rooks are active, and Nguyen is a very tricky guy. So we'll see. And we already knew that Gelfand Dak was a draw. Robson Howe. Let's start there. Or stay there, I should say. Queen e2, queen c5 on the board. So this move is interesting. Now we have to do something with this rook. Queen takes g4, e2 check is not what you want to do.
No.
That is a big mistake. So queen c5.
Maybe I can take the pawn, the
take on
d7 pawn.
d7, yeah. So clearly this is possible. But what? Wow, that happened. And look at this, bishop f3.
Yeah, this is a game.
Yeah, this is the game.
Beautiful.
Exactly. This is beautiful. So he wants takes, and then he'll get his e2 move in.
Okay, so
which is very interesting.
So the only way to play on bishop f3 is to play rook d8 and queen check.
Yeah,
You
it
cannot
seems
take,
like that.
so-
So check and check. And we're going to get this 100%. So check, king h7 on your move, and check on d3, and probably rook g6.
Rook g6 is forced. You cannot play king h6 or g6 because you're
Mhm.
checkmate. So rook g6, queen d3, rook g6, and bishop
Exactly.
d4.
And bishop d4. Yeah, this is actually kind of working for white. Black's position looks fancy, but it's not actually doing anything. It's not actually doing anything. And I think that white is better here. I don't see a way for black to. I mean, I'm just taking this pawn next.
Can I play e7? No, you just
E2.
e2. Sorry,
No, you can. You can do that.
queen and queen f1.
I can, and queen f1. But it's a good try for sure. 100%. So let's see what Ray does here. I want to keep an eye on the challengers game as well. And Gladura has one. That is official. We last saw it here. Check. He took on e5, also good enough. B takes e5 and e4. Even more difficult. Takes, piece down, queen h5. Finnick had enough. Finnick had enough here. And yeah, the position is
Yeah.
very. I mean, it's just done, isn't it? It's just
Yes.
over. Peshak against Stalmak, the position has been getting gradually better for Peshak, I believe. I think now they've reached move 40, but I think he's going to trade here. I think this will happen, and then he's going to go here. The king is beautiful and protected on g4. You can't get to it. You're going to win this pawn, and just too many pawns to deal with. I see absolutely no way Stalmak holds his position. You cannot get to the white king, and the pawns are just going to run. I think this is a very, very difficult position for
black.
For black. Yeah, this looks very, very difficult. Impossible almost to deal with this position, I would say. Okay. So what next?
Maybe we can have a look on the game Vikuk Akash.
Vikuk Akash. Let's see. Vikuk Akash. Yeah, no big changes. A lot of moving around. Actually, Akash does go g5, which fixes the structure on the king side now. But no major changes. I think that one's a bit of a slow burner. So I think we can come back to that, Natasha, because there are other games that are more pressing, let's say. We do have bishop d4 in this Robson Wang Hao game. 5 moves left, 3 minutes left for Wang Hao. Bishop d4, good move here by Robson. Very, very good moves. Very, very good move. And yeah. Difficult spot for Wang Hao. Yes.
Yes, I don't know. I don't see how you have no attack with black, and it will be very difficult. Yeah, I don't see how you can.
Correct.
How you can do it for black.
Correct. Looks very, very difficult. What about Win against Martirosyan? D4 played by Win. Interesting move this, because he wants to take with check. So rook takes h5 is impossible because of check. Or at least, if it's not impossible, black is never losing this. So he decides to go knight d5, Martirosyan here. Knight d5 makes a lot of sense. Now taking here is on the agenda. Knight f6 check is also a threat. So you should probably go king g7 or king f8 or something along those lines, which I expect Win to do. And it's still difficult because you've got this check. So the c4 pawn for the moment is not on prise. And
so let's try king f8 for black.
King f8.
Oh, a move king h8.
Or king h8. Oh, he played king h8. Also makes a lot of sense to put the king here on a dark square. So the question is now what? Do you get your rook out? Can you play this? Oh, sorry, it's white's move.
It's white. Yeah.
It's white's move.
Maybe king c2 so you can take on c4 with the bishop next move.
Yeah. So if I go rook f5,
I take on c4,
and you let me check you. You go here. I probably take, and I would say that this is still. Well, I think this is probably likely a draw, right? Once the d pawn disappears. Probably likely a draw. And we have that in the game, by the way. We have this almost exactly this position. In the Robson game, we do have queen f1, queen e4 on the board. So Ray now needs to find also a good move. It's not straightforward. It's not easy at all, this position. I don't envy these guys at all. And yeah, still 3-result game, in my opinion. I'm very curious how this ends before
Yes.
move 40. I think we can stay here.
Good
Yeah,
idea.
I think we can stay here.
Okay.
I will just
I-
keep an eye for other results. So far, no other results that we don't know. We believe Stalmak is going to lose against Peshak, and the Vikut game could go on for quite a long time. So let's see. So Queen E4.
I'm thinking Rook D5.
Bishop F2,
If-
sorry. Bishop F2 played.
Bishop F2. Okay.
What's this about? Is this a genius move or what? Ah, he wants to be able to take on F3 and then block with Bishop G3. And if Bishop E2, he wants to just put the queen on C1. Ah, this is a very clever move by Ray. Very clever move, in my opinion. Very good move.
Yeah, but wait. If I take on F4, queen takes F4, G take F3, G take pawn. Here, if you play Bishop G3, I can play Rook take
Oh,
G3.
you
I
can
think.
take.
In this
And you've
position, I
got
can
Queen
take.
H4 check at the end. Oh my goodness. You pick up my rook. Wow.
So maybe
Okay.
okay. If you take on F3, I have to play. Okay, take pawn, King H1.
And Rook G2.
Yeah.
Now Bishop G3. At least it's not check, but there's so many. Oh no. Apparently this doesn't
Queen
work.
D3. Yes. Queen
Queen
D3.
B1.
Queen B1.
Apparently, yeah, this is going to be good enough. But they've got to see these things in advance. You can't just play like this. So Wang Hao, 40-something seconds here. Let's see if he manages to find something.
Okay, so only 30 seconds left for Wang Hao.
Correct.
So he has to take a decision.
Correct.
I think, yeah, maybe he's thinking Bishop E2 or Queen takes F4. Maybe the best chance is
10 seconds. Let's see what he'll go with, if the clocks are accurate, of course.
he went for Queen E7.
Queen E7 coming back. Bit negative, but what to do? A bit negative, but what to do?
Okay, you have to move your rook. You have to find a square for your rook.
Yes.
Maybe D4 is the most
Exactly.
logical move. Rook D4. I protect the F4 pawn.
I like it. He went Queen D3 instead.
Queen D3.
Also makes a lot of sense. This move is almost more logical because you pin the rook.
Okay, Bishop E4.
Yeah, Bishop E4
Attacking
on
the
board.
queen.
Yeah. Makes total sense. Makes total sense. And now what is the question? Now where'd you get the queen? Back to D2, I guess.
Yes, you don't want to take the decision on move 40 to play Queen D7 and
No. He played Queen D4.
Queen D2.
Sim
Yes.
Yeah, queen d4, similar idea. And we're going to have a long game there because Ray is going to try and win this position. So this is very, very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Mm.
Okay. Martirosian win has also reached move 40, where the question is, do the rook and bishop, sorry, the bishop and knight work better against two rooks here with this rook offside? We'll soon find out. And in the other games, we already have this. Stalmach also reached move 40. Things are just getting better and better for Peshak there. And we've also reached move 40 in the Vcook game, where it looks as though the trade of rooks has really helped Vcook, and I'm not liking Black's position suddenly. Looks very difficult all of a sudden. Very difficult.
Yes.
As always, I think, Natasha, this is now a good moment to take a break after move 40. A few games still running, a few decisive results still in the air here for sure. So we'll see how that all pans out. And yeah, we'll be back in just a few minutes. Lots of good chess still to come. Don't go anywhere. See you soon.
My name is Karel Janeček. I am a mathematician and social innovator. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. Since 2016, D21 has been used in various participatory processes around the world, such as participatory budgeting in New York City and a big number of urban and city planning projects in the Czech Republic, France, Scotland, Tunisia, and India. The revolutionary D21 method has also been used in Czech, Slovak, Tunisian, or Zambian schools to teach democracy in a fun way and gives children a voice in what is important to them in the school environment. D21 applied to parliamentary or presidential elections will produce more consensual results, reducing populism and extremism. Small parties and independent candidates will gain space. This electoral method will produce positive campaigns and will not divide voters into opposing camps, which currently is a huge problem in elections around the world that use single vote systems such as first past the post. D21 is the key to finding consensus, and its wide adoption for political elections will heal our democracies. How does it work? Here is a small demonstration. The Janeček method D21 is a modern voting system. Standard polls only grant you one vote. This system works with more options, using positive and also possibly negative votes, which allow you to express your opinion with more precision. This way you don't have to vote for a lesser evil. You are free to select options to support and those who you strongly dislike. Such polls can work in politics, municipalities, companies, and even among friends. Let's take a look at a practical example. Citizens want to decide what the city's budget should be used for. It could be a cycling trail, a park, apartment blocks, a firehouse, or a VIP parking lot. When every citizen has only one vote, the VIP parking lot wins. This is because an organized minority can easily outvote the others. If every citizen had 2 votes instead, they might agree on the residential development. At the same time, the negative vote would reveal a controversial choice, in this case, the VIP parking lot. Janeček method D21 finds consensus, the solution with which more citizens are satisfied. Try out this modern voting system and upgrade the way you vote at www.participate21.cz. You can right now, voting each day for the best chess games at the Prague Chess Festival. Simply go to www.praguechessfestival.cz/voting. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague Chess Festival. My name is Karel Janeček, and I am a mathematician and a social innovator. When I was a kid, I played chess competitively and loved strategic card games. I may have been a mathematician since birth, at least as far as I can remember. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. D21 is the key to saving democracy, and its implementation for political elections is absolutely crucial. Another innovative product we developed together with scientists from the Science 21 Foundation is the revolutionary mathematics game Mateso. I believe that Mateso will enable children from all over the world to learn mathematics in a fun way and help them develop critical thinking, a crucial skill in today's turbulent times of omnipresent information and misinformation. That is why we came up with the innovative board game Mateso, which brings mathematics closer to all age groups in a fun way. By playing Mateso, preschool children subconsciously gain knowledge of key information about the structure of the number system without having to know any number or perform a single calculation. Namely, the game includes a multiplication table, prime numbers, factorials, Fibonacci numbers, and the concept of zero. By playing this game, a so-called backbone algorithmic system is created in a very entertaining way. It is a natural consequence of certainty in all basic mathematical operations. With Mateso, starting primary school mathematics would no longer be scary. It will change into a fun subject, For school-age children and teenagers, this game has a similar effect. However, the activation rate of the backbone algorithmic system is inversely proportional to the age and the level of dislike of mathematics that individuals acquired during the classical educational process. For adults, this game is not only a way to teach their children the necessary basics in mathematics, but also an opportunity to find their own acquired blockages in this field and gradually get rid of them. Mathematics is all around us, and it is beautiful. However, its beauty is easy to overlook if we don't know how to look. Mateso is the way to learn it. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague International Chess Festival.
First of all, thank you for the invitation. Okay, I can start to speak about the opening. I play this similar Berlin with rook e1. In this type of similar structures, you need to play careful with black. Because I come with this idea h3, g4, and you need to took on f4 just to clear. Because after bishop back, I took on g5 and knight f3, and I come fast. Right now I feel normal. I want to continue to play.
Yes, it was a very tough game. I thought that after f4, which I thought was a good move, I have a very pleasant and very dangerous attack. But then he played some really good moves, and all of a sudden it wasn't easy, because yeah, it was clear that I'm better, but it wasn't like I'm winning or anything like that by force. So I had to find some good moves to keep the pressure, and we were also low on time, so I had to watch out for that as well. I think it was a well-played game, but maybe I missed something concrete after f4. I'm not sure, but yeah, I'm happy with this game. Well, I'm still thinking about that decision. Sometimes I don't know if it was a good one, but yeah, I used to be a professional swimmer. So at the age of 12 I had to, decide what to choose. So yeah, I mean, I hope I chose well.
So after the opening, I think I got a very good position and also time advantage, so I was happy with that. Then I'm not sure I played it best, but I tried to make some problems for my opponent, and he didn't solve them, so it went in success, and I'm happy for the win.
Well, I didn't expect a win, actually. From the opening, I think my opponent didn't play very accurately. I mean, we got bishop d7, black would come with a5, but I think this is a completely position, and we plays like this, and I will try to make it work sooner it happens. Okay, but then I missed this opportunity, and later I decided to play this endgame. It was actually dangerous for him. I wasn't so sure it's winning or not. Probably it's not winning. Both, I mean, the pieces are not, probably not enough, but okay, of course, like suffered a lot, so we had to be very careful. I think even after the same control, they had the drawing chances without playing 95. We could play t6, probably it was a drawer. I wasn't so sure, but I had the feeling. okay, but played with knight e5 and i5, then they suddenly, I mean, they miscalculated something. They saw that they could take on a2 and play h5. They missed f6 with me completely. I mean, from the start of the calculation. I mean, okay, so I mean, it was very unfortunate of my opponent, but okay. That's
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to round number 5 of this year's Prague Chess Festival. We have passed move 40. A few games have finished in both the Masters and the Challengers. A draw in Navarra Hari Krishna in the Masters, as was Shankland Kamer. And incredibly, when we went on break, Natasha, sorry, I should point out Gelfand Deag was also drawn a long time ago. Wang Hao lost, and he lost on move 41. Incredible development here. We saw bishop e4, queen d4, move 40, bishop f5, and rook d5. Rook e6 now by Wang Hao, which is fine. He's trying to come in here. Queen d1, and this is where Wang Hao had to move the bishop. A move like bishop e4, but I guess he was worried about some check or something like that. Instead, he makes a huge blunder with king g6, and rook takes f5. And that's the end of the game, because on king takes f5, you can just go queen d5 check. If king g6, f5, and you win a rook. And if king f6, bishop h4, and you lose the queen.
Or even queen g5 checkmate.
Oh,
have the
sorry,
choice
queen
with
g5
white.
checkmate. Yes, queen g5 checkmate. And if king takes f4, g3 is a lovely checkmate here. Huge blunder from Wang Hao. It felt difficult for black, but I didn't expect that to happen. A massive, massive, massive win, therefore, for Ray Robson, who, was having a difficult tournament. Well, I say difficult. He was on 50% now. Of course not. He's going to be on a nice +1 score. Big result for Ray. And in the Martirosian game, also, things have got completely out of hand for Nguyen. He had a difficult one. I always said, Natasha, that the two pieces tend to work better than the rooks. And that's basically what happened. He gave a bunch of checks in knight f6, hitting this rook. And the point is, you can't move the rook because rook takes h7 is an Arabian checkmate. So Nguyen tries to move d3, but the game is effectively over now after knight takes h5. Let's say g takes h5, bishop takes d3, rook takes g3, rook takes h7 check, king g8. and now bishop c2. And when this pawn goes, it's just gone. There's just nothing to discuss here. Black can try to keep the pawn on the board, which I think is what he's going to try and do. But now in this position, there's an even worse fate for black. Well, similar. Bishop d3 is good enough. And once, oh, sorry, you've got to be careful. There's one trick left in the position. You don't want to blunder rook g1 check, king takes d2, rook g2 check, and rook takes c2, and the position is suddenly a draw. So you've just got to find a good square for the bishop. f5 looks like a good square because you then protect the bishop with rook takes h5. That's it. There's nothing to discuss. It's a full piece, and you simply don't hold those positions, basically, with rooks still on the board. Of course, if rooks were off the board, it would be a draw, but because it's the wrong color pawn, but it's not. So we're going to get a Martirosian win. He needs a win desperately as well on a -1. And win will go to -1. So a lot of blood in the main event.
Yeah, that's I mean, the first days we had a lot of draws, and so it's how to say I don't know how to say in English. Can it is nice that we unlock the count.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying there. We break the trend.
We break the trend. That's a good news. So I hope that it will be like the same after tomorrow and so on.
Yeah, and some more results. We already saw Finek lost. Stalmak did lose against Peshak. Stalmak just gave up here. Nothing you can do. These pawns are just too many. The white king totally safe. Peshak wins. Many ways to win this position. For example, rook takes b4. You can go rook c8 and just push. And there are no checks. The bishop is unbelievable here on f5. End of the game. So difficult loss for Stalmak. We already saw draw in Motilev Bartel. We already saw Lemmy beat Paul Vinicius. So there is only one game left, and that is the game Vikuk against Akash. And it looks as though Vikuk is making serious progress here as white. I always thought black's position was more difficult. I expect here that Vikuk is going to take on b6 because now there are more weaknesses, and maybe move this bishop here, maybe try and exchange light squared bishops with bishop e6. There are lots of ideas suddenly for white, lots of ways to pressurize. And in fact, that along with the win game are going to be our last games for today. Those are going to be the last games we have, which is of course fine. D2 check has been played in the Martirosian game. He will put the king on d1, of course, and on g takes h5. No question in my mind. Actually, he's got a few ideas here, right? He can actually check like this. Is this also just good enough? Or does this ruin everything?
Oh, you have a stalemate
Yeah.
pattern. And you
Yeah.
can do a crazy rook, maybe.
Yeah, the Desperado rook. This is the way to ruin
Desperado
everything.
rook.
And it's a draw. The rook just offers itself wherever the king goes, and we have a draw. Beautiful draw. That's not going to happen. Martirosian, too strong, too much time on the clock. And yeah, it's just not going to happen. King d1, gh5 on the board, and now I'm pretty sure he's going to go bishop d3, because that really is the safe way to play this position. And we're going to get a Martirosian win. Bishop e6 in the meantime was played by Vikuk. Akash has to keep the bishop on with bishop g6. Of course, if you take knight e8 check, wins. So bishop g6 has been played. Now it's going to be interesting to see Vikuk what he decides to do here. It's going to be very interesting.
Maybe white can go for bishop c4, threatening
Bishop
a6,
c4.
and if black plays a move like b4, b5,
Yeah,
then you can go back to e6 and
you can go back.
go to c8 and try to, you can.
Yeah. Looks dangerous for black, doesn't it? This position looks very, very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. And yes.
a5 takes b6 has been played.
A takes b6 was played. Yeah, it feels also natural to do that because you create so many weaknesses here. So I'll be really curious to see what Vikuk decides here. He's got 27 minutes. I expect him to take time here. I expect him to take time. I do. I expect him to take time. Let's see in the Martirosian game if there was something. Bishop d3 has been played as expected.
Very good.
Yeah. Now, what is the correct way to win this game? So because remember that, yeah, so you take on h5, something like this. Sorry. Let's say you protect the pawn. Now the idea is just to go here, I guess, and put the bishop on e2, right? Or am I making a meal of, like, if I play like this, am I making, is this good enough?
Yes, it is.
Just check right from here. Yeah, there's just no way that black ever survives this position, I don't think. He will try, though, I think, win, because he thinks, you know, there's always, you could always blunder something as white there.
Okay,
unless
I think
he's
sorry.
Maybe he's not in the mood. I don't know. Maybe he's also not in the mood.
Maybe we can see Vikuk Akash and try to find the winning plan for white. I think this.
Okay. Sounds like a good idea. So what is the winning plan here for white? It's a good question.
It's a good question, yes.
It's a very good question. Bishop c4 allows a5, I think. What about rook a2 immediately? Bishop d3, I guess, is the idea.
Yes, bishop d. Not right now, bishop d3, because you have knight.
Oh, sorry, you have to. Sorry, you have to move
you
your
have
king.
This problem. Maybe you can play king f8 with the idea king e7.
But now I can take here.
King e7.
Ah, and you want to go into the opposite color bishop ending. So if I take, no, but it's not opposite colors.
It's not opposite.
It's not.
Should be winning.
Should be. Still think this is very unpleasant for black to hold objectively. Effectively three against one on the queen side here. I don't see a way that black holds this position. Do you? I think rook a2 is actually the most likely move.
I was also thinking on moves like bishop f5.
Mm-hmm. And if bishop f7?
Maybe I cannot play rook a2 because of the bishop. And if I play bishop d3, you can play a5. Okay, so maybe not bishop f5.
No, I think he's going to go rook a2. I think that's quite clear, actually.
Because I was trying to find a way to make knight c8 works.
Yeah, knight c8 is kind of
the bishop has not so many squares.
Bishop a7. And now rook a2. But now bishop d3. And the point is that you don't have your knight e8 check idea. No, I'm quietly confident that White will play Rook A2 here and win somehow. Quietly confident. Yeah, and Rook A2 has been played.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the natural move, of course. This is the natural move. So, any update in the Martirosian game? We have this position, but hold on. Hold on, the computer is not loving it. He did not take on h7. He took here first, and this allows Rook g7. Wait, what? Why didn't he take here first and then just go here? Because he can always collect this pawn.
Maybe
That's
he
a-
didn't see bishop f5.
Wow. King
I didn't
d2
know.
might be a mistake. King d2 might be a mistake here.
Yeah, after rook g7, how do you make progress with white?
You
You can't.
You can't. You can't. You just can't. Wow. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. And now after rook g7, so what's the story here? Is it still winning? Is this still winning, or what's going on? Like, if I go like this or something and take, oops, sorry, not here. Sorry, king g8. How do I win this position with white?
Okay, maybe I can try to bring my king to the king side
Okay,
with some.
let's say here. Let's say, I don't know. Oh,
No,
sorry, this
now I
is
can
with
take the
check.
pawn. You have to
Sorry,
go back to a7.
I go back. So you bring your king. You bring your king. I just let you bring.
Okay.
And what's the winning idea? Oh, maybe you can just actually, you know what? It's just you're going to get a mating net.
Yes, that's what I was trying to do.
Yeah, you're going to get a mating net with h6.
H6.
And rook a8, rook c7. And that's going to be the end. Ah, so this is also okay. This is also okay.
Okay, so
yeah.
yes, it is easy win for white.
Yeah, this is also okay.
Okay.
So we will keep an eye on that. Let's go back to the Bikuk game. Akash with a really unpleasant decision here. I don't really see a way to defend this. If he goes rook e7, he can just go bishop f5. This is just awful. And with the mood Akash will be in, remember, he's had a really difficult few days. He was beating Motilov, only drew. He lost against Lamy, and now the likelihood is he's just going to lose this one. So he desperately needs the rest day to recalibrate. Else he's going to, just go on a horrible, horrible run. Momentum is everything. So
yeah, since his game against Motilev,
exactly,
it is very difficult for him.
Mm-hmm.
He had a winning position, a winning game against Motilev, but he made a blunder, and Motilev could find a way to have a draw. And since this game, it's very difficult for Akash.
Exactly. Very, very tough. Very, very difficult indeed.
Okay, rook e7 has been played. Let's go.
He did go rook e7. Yeah, now I expect
Yes.
bishop f5.
And after bishop f5, if bishop c7, we can play knight c8, attacking the rook.
Correct. Important point. And then we take and we take and...
And after rook e8...
rook e8.
And if I take...
I can even come out this way.
And if I take the knight instead of taking the bishop, it should be easy win for... Because
I think so, like bishop e4,
issue.
and I think if I win both of these, you don't survive this position.
Yes.
So difficult times ahead for Akash. Difficult times.
Can we see the other game in progress?
Yeah, let's see if there was something. Okay. Win managed to get the pawn to h6. That's possibly a different... I mean, I still don't think you hold this position. Probably. But at least there are some more chances. How do you win this position here?
You need to bring the king, for sure. And maybe you try something. King d4, of course. You have to bring the
so king d4.
To the action.
He played rook a5 first, which also makes sense.
Okay.
So the question is, what is the construction to win? So let's say he passes. Does he want to commit this pawn to h5? Probably not, because then the rook can come to g5. So let's say he does this. I don't know, actually. It's a little bit annoying. It's a little bit annoying. Has to be said. I'll be curious to see. How he converts this or tries to convert this. I'll be very, very curious. Very, very curious. Not sure at all, actually. Bishop f5, bishop c7 is on the board in the Akash game. So this is on the board. He does take on g6 here. Okay, so yeah, he's basically saying, yeah, after bishop takes d6, bishop e4, he thinks he can still win this position, but there are some rook e3s. Yeah, f5 and rook e3 is a great little idea here, right? This is a great idea.
Yeah. Your only chance with black is to play active. You have no other choice. Otherwise, you will slowly lose your game. So
exactly, and rook e3. And
the problem is if you play rook c2, you cannot. Maybe you can try to grab pawns with your bishop after rook c2. But it's passive move.
Very passive. I don't like it. And rook a3 obviously runs into bishop takes b4. Should be said. Should be said that this exists here.
Okay, but this gives real drawing chances for black.
Absolutely, yes.
After
Absolutely.
Akash has
it
to
does.
play
So he has-
f5 in this
He has
position.
to. Yep, he has to find f5. I think he can find it as well. I think this is a findable move. I think this is a findable move here.
And after f5, can I take on? If I take on c6, what do you play with black?
I still go rook e3, I guess, or I can go g4. If I go rook e3, I can still play like this with some chances. For sure, some chances here.
Mm.
Yeah, this was not. This was not.
Yes.
I think the best. I don't think this was the best at all. Actually.
No, with white, you wanted to play with your knight against the bishop.
Yeah.
Against the dark square bishop, not
Yeah.
with your.
I
Okay,
agree.
so maybe this is a good news for Akash and unfortunately
Could
for
be.
Vikook. He played a very nice game, Vikook, to get a nice advantage, and yeah, it would be a pity for Vikook.
Indeed. It would be. Okay, so
Yeah, let's switch to the other game.
yeah, let's switch to the other game. Rook a5 still on the board, so nothing there.
But I was thinking maybe it's not a problem for white to play h5, because after you can play bishop, maybe not in this position, but if you find a way to play h5, bishop g6, I think you should.
But I don't like it somehow. But maybe it's right. So let's say I stay. You put your bishop here. I don't know. I stay. What's your winning idea?
Okay, I wanted to try to hit your h6 pawn. Maybe rook f7, and then I will try rook f5 check, and then I will try to bring my king to g7.
Let's say I try and stop that. You can even go rook e5 here.
Yeah, right.
You can even go rook e5. This is the difference. You can actually go rook e5 here. This is the difference. And after takes, if the king were on h8, it's a draw, but the king cannot get to h8. And importantly, yeah, you get to the key square first. So even that doesn't seem to work. So it probably is totally lost then if that is the case. By the way, Akash has played f5. Bravo. I mean, he had no other moves. So he had to find it, and he does. And now suddenly Vikook is starting to realize, oh no, rook e3 is coming, and I might have to I might have to what's the word?
To work out.
Yeah,
more.
to work out exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay, you have to take on f5. You must play bishop f5 because bishop c6 is as we said after rook e3 is. Okay, rook e3.
Right. Yeah, rook e3.
So now Black is asking the first question, what do you do with your c3 pawn? Will you protect it or will you take on a6?
Exactly.
So the problem after rook c2 is bishop c7, then a5, and I think Black has enough compensation for the pawn.
Yeah,
now.
I agree. I think Black does.
Okay, so rook e3 has been played.
Yeah.
So there is only two moves: rook c2 or rook takes
Yeah,
a6,
and he
rook c2.
plays rook c2 with the passive option, and now he wants to win this pawn basically. So if I go bishop c7, bishop e4, but he's got this idea, Natasha. Look, bishop b6,
Yes.
bishop takes c6, and rook takes c3. This is a beautiful idea, and you make an easy draw. So if I get my bishop there, and the king moves, let's say, to f1, I can also play with this idea, a5. And I'm also going to make a draw. Yeah, a bit of luck maybe finally for Akash to turn this losing position into a draw. Very, very big chance.
It's the karma. He didn't manage to win his game against Motilev, and so yeah, this is chess, just chess.
Exactly.
So h5 has been played. So we know the idea for white, bishop g6, and after you will play with rook a7, trying to get h6 pawn, and if black tries to protect it, going to g5, just bring the rook to the king to the action.
Yeah, Martirosian, I believe, has understood that this construction does not hold for black. Win will try something, but it's not really going to work out for Win today, I believe. I don't believe it's going to work. Yeah, it's not going to work out for Win today.
No.
So let's see. Bishop c7 has been found by Akash as well, which is obviously great. He's seen the idea of putting the bishop b6 and playing rook takes c3. And Jan Vikuk is slowly starting to realize that he's blown the advantage here, and that the opposite color bishop positions always offer a great drawing chance. They always do. So, okay. Where should we go?
So, yeah.
Rook f6 has appeared on the board here. Now, of course, as white, taking is a disaster. It is a draw because we have the classic wrong color pawn, same color as this bishop. It needs to be a dark square bishop, and all you have to do is go to the corner
and wait.
And wait. And there's nothing you can do as white, because if you put the bishop there, it's an immediate draw. So Martirosian keeps the rook on with the move rook a1. And he's trying to find a way so that this rook stays on the 6th, and then he gives a check. So I believe that the rook will go somewhere like here, and then he'll bring his king in. Yeah, I mean, Martirosian will just find a way here, for sure.
Yes. So I think it's time, I know, even if all games are not finished yet, to ask you, what is your favorite game of the day?
My favorite game of the day. Good question. Um, um, hmm. I will probably say I like how Gladura won. I thought his overall strategy was very, very clever against the young, well-prepared opponent. I also like how Peshak won. The exchange sacrifice was very nice. Lamy, I was very happy for Erwin. Paul Vinicius didn't play very well. So I will say it's not either the Peshak game or the Finnick. Sorry, the Gladura win or the Peshak win. What about you?
Mm, I would say almost like you, but I really enjoyed how Lamy managed to win his game. Like the plan he created. Okay, it's an easy plan in this kind of position, but you still have to know what you do with your pieces. It was straightforward game, we would say.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Gledura, yes. Like it's the same than Bartel you choose. He choice his opening choices depends on his opponent, and so he really play even with black for a win against the young and weaker opponent, and we really appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
And just a pity then Motilev against Bartel, they made a draw a little bit. They didn't want to go to the complication, but it was a very interesting opening and game.
It was an interesting opening and interesting game indeed. Um, yes. Okay, so King d4, Rook c6 is King d4, Rook d6 is on the board. So this is all logical stuff. And King e4 now by white, also totally fine, doesn't change anything. Black still needs to find a move here. So what will black play in this position? Good question.
Maybe Rook f6, but then King e5.
Rook f6, King e5, exactly. Rook f somewhere, f3, you can go bishop f5, and if you check, you can then go bishop e4. And this check is coming, and it's a disaster.
I think the point is, if you want just to keep your rook on the 7th rank with black, white will put the rook on the g file, and
Or on the
you
6th
can
rank.
go to aces. Yes, you have so many way to enter into the black position.
Exactly. Okay, so
okay, maybe we can have a look on.
Let's have a look at the
other game.
Okay, bishop e4. So yeah, so Akash did play a5 and bishop e4.
And g4 has been played by
And
white.
g4 has also been played. So bishop c7, g4, a5, bishop e4. But now a takes b4, c takes b4. And I guess he wants to go bishop b6 here. This is his idea. Maybe still some work to do here for black. Maybe.
Yeah, some moves have been played.
Yeah. So rook takes c6, sorry, has been played. And bishop takes d4 on the board.
Can I go for rook
Now,
g6? And
yes, you go king f1 first. Of course, you get the king out the way. Now this is in the air. I mean, it probably should still be a draw, but somehow Vikuk has found a small winning chance here. It's possible, I mean, and it's very difficult to play this move because you allow b5, b6 very quickly. Not so easy suddenly.
maybe you want to play bishop f6 and rook c3, something like this. Try to trade rooks.
Sorry, which move?
Bishop f6, because you cannot
Yes.
allow rook g6 and rook takes
Yes. So bishop
g5.
f6.
And if b5,
Yes. Yeah.
maybe I can play rook c3.
Rook c3, yeah. Makes a lot of sense.
Maybe not.
Rook b3 was played instead. And now the question is, yeah, but probably, you know what, this is a good decision by Akash because I think he realized that this ending is actually... wait, you can win 2 pawns. Hold on, wait, no, not king f7. That's... He has to go king h8. Sorry, this is much better. Rook g5, rook b4. Rook f5. Hold on, is this so easy to hold?
I don't think.
Yeah.
I think you will have to lose f4 pawn.
Yeah,
You have to
because
give f4
if
pawn.
you go here, we think we're getting in trouble after g5. Is that true? I'm not totally
Maybe
sure.
not g5. Maybe not g5.
Okay, what else do you want to do?
Oh, maybe king g2, king h3, king h4. Trying to...
Yeah, I mean, white can certainly
bring my
play
king.
on. White can certainly play on. Well, we'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. Meanwhile, Martirosyan has got the chance to win this pawn with check. But it's a blunder. Sorry, this is a clever trick by Nguyen, because if you take rook h7 and suddenly you lose the pawn, you actually make a draw. Okay, this is a last trick by Martirosyan, by Nguyen. So Martirosyan has to move the king first. He has to move the king first. He'll find it. He has 15 minutes. He'll find it for sure. He'll find it for sure. He has to find it.
Yeah, it should be okay.
Should be fine.
Should be fine.
Should be fine. Okay. Okay.
Can we go to the other board?
Yes. Let's see here. Which board would you
We
like
have
to
only
go
one.
to? Oh, we only have one more. You're right. Sorry, the other board. Okay, yeah.
The
So
other one.
Akash is still contemplating what to do here after Rook G6, and he does decide to put the king on F8. He does decide to put the king on F8. He does decide to put the king on F8.
Okay, so you took on G5. You take on G5. Black takes on B4. Rook F5 check.
Yeah, so he took. He will go Rook F5 check, 100%. The king will go here, and I think he'll take. But maybe you can go Bishop E3, and if Rook F5, maybe in this position here, you can play something like Rook B2.
Oh yeah, and you cannot play F4 because of Rook F2 check.
F2 check, yes, exactly.
Okay, and if you go for a move like.
And if you go for G5, there's also just Rook F2 and then Rook G2. And if F4, Rook back to F2, and an immediate draw. I wonder if Akash has seen this. I think he has. I think Akash has actually worked out that the inconvenience of this setup for white, Bishop E3, Rook F5 is forced, Rook B2, and now you get to hold the dark squares. You just can't do anything with white. You just get to occupy the squares. So this is a very, very nice defensive resource or attempt by black. Very, very nice.
Is Bishop E3 the only move for black in this position? The only move keeping drawish chances?
I would say yes, probably. I mean, what else do you want to do here?
Can I play Rook B2 first, for example? Is it the same?
Well, maybe it's okay. Maybe it's also okay. Bishop E3 feels so much more natural, though. He goes Rook A4. Okay, well, this is not quite the same because the king is more active, right? So I don't like Rook A4 as much. I really don't like Rook A4 as much, I must say. I really don't like Rook A4 as much.
Okay, I think the idea is that I cannot go with King G2 because of Rook A2, and if King H3, I can play Bishop E5. I think that's
that's the clever idea. So something like this, Bishop E5, and oops,
Bishop.
Suddenly, I do still survive Rook F7 check. That's funny. I don't lose, but if Bishop E5 lands on the board, you can often fall off your seat if you don't see Rook F7 check. Okay. So, but Akash only with 1 minute.
Yes, it will be very difficult. It will be very tough for him to.
Yeah, I believe it will be. I still think Vcook has got chances because of the time situation.
Yes.
Martirosian successfully won the pawn, and now, yeah, it's going to be a very, very difficult defense for Nguyen. The main problem being is that with the rooks on, you just can't do anything. For example, if you stay passive, let's say you just pass along the back. Let's say this. You're going to put your
Oh.
bishop on e6.
Wait,
Yes,
wait,
sorry.
wait. Yeah, you must be careful if you do like. There's no problem. I was thinking maybe a move like rook a6, but you will just hide somewhere. Again, with the idea. No,
I can take it.
Yeah, with the bishop, and now the king has the g8 square to escape.
Yeah, exactly, and it's not stalemate. So we're going to see exactly this. We're going to see some passing along the back rank. So I guess the question is, let's just see the correct way to win this. And I guess the correct way is to do something like this. You put the rook on g7. Oh, sorry. Now I am creating the. No, that now I'm actually messing it up. Ah, it's just mate. I just go king g6 and rook h7. It's just mate. It's not even difficult.
No.
No, it's not even difficult. That's the way to do it. Yeah, this is just completely over. This is just completely over. Okay, so bishop f5, rook e8 check on the board. King f6. King f6, rook f8 check. So maybe he'll even come this way. It's possible he'll use the bishop as a shield. Something like this. Something like this will happen. And I think you can put the king on h6. Do similar idea. And finally just maybe the best is to go like here.
Rook h. Wait, you have rook h7, king g8, bishop f7, and rook h8, and
that also.
You take the rook.
Yeah, you just take the rook. Yeah, there's just too many ways to win this position. Actually, if the pawn were already on h7, it might be a draw. Like, let me just put it on the board, just out of curiosity. This might be a draw because of all the stalemate concepts. And
okay, let's go back to
yeah,
Vcook against Akash.
Vcook against Akash. Here we go. And we do have something similar to what we looked at, but the difference now is at least Vcook is able to get the pawn on f4 and the other pawn on g5. So I'm not sure that this position is holdable, actually. King f8 by Akash, and now I guess you go g5. A g5, rook a5, maybe. So you've got to be a little bit careful. You've got to be rook a5, f4. Sorry, you can just go g5 here. G5. That's what he's going to play. That's the natural move here. You put the pawn here. But then bishop e5. But you have f4 here. This is beautiful. And if you take this, check down the back and then check here and you win. So actually, yes, actually that is the way. And once the pawns get there, I think with this time, there's really, not much hope, to be honest. Not much hope at all. Okay, so who else? What else is?
But I think in this position, you don't want to play immediately f4 because maybe you have some check with the rook and on a2 and b3, and it should be annoying for white if you play f4 with white in this position instead
f4?
of g5.
Possibly,
doesn't
yes.
change.
Possibly, yes. Very, very possibly.
Okay, let's see the other
Yeah.
board. Is
Yeah,
it
let's
finished?
see the other board.
Or not yet?
Let's see the other board. Ah, well, when trying some stalemate concepts with Rook H7, but yeah, Martirosian just needs to find the right construction. He goes Bishop G6, which is correct. Yeah, and now if Rook G8, Rook D7 is really, we have your idea of check, check, and check. So Win will play Rook H7 check, King G5, and now it's actually just easy because Rook A7, Rook D8, King G7, H6
And
is
checkmate.
cute checkmate. Yeah, so this is not gonna actually work. So yes, so that may very well be the end in that game. And what else? What else?
Okay, maybe we can put Viku Kakash.
Yes.
There's nothing.
Okay, nothing really much has happened except that Vikuk can now advance with G5 and F4, which will happen. Yeah, the big question is this actually going to be convertible? Probably is. Probably is. Probably is. Probably he will convert this somehow. I just have a feeling. But actually, no, right? We get positions where the bishop gives itself up for 2 pawns. We could get rook and bishop against rook, which will not be ideal, to say the least. That will not be fun for us to have to look at, unfortunately. Okay.
Have you ever won an ending rook and bishop against a rook?
Yes, I have.
Yes?
Yes.
How did you do?
I won.
Tell us.
I won it. My opponent didn't put up the best resistance. He didn't know how to defend it really, so it wasn't too difficult actually.
Okay.
So it was acceptable.
I think I never had this opportunity to win this kind of endgame.
Right. You never get to an end game, Natasha.
I never go to the endgame, no.
True.
It's a win or loss.
Exactly.
In the middle game.
Exactly.
First survive the opening, then enjoy the middle game. That's
agreed. Okay, rook b5, rook e7 is on the board. Yeah, now g5 just has to be played by white, and something like king e3 and f4 to make progress.
I think he will play king e3 first. But after king h6... maybe.
Why would he play king e3? I think g5 is just...
He doesn't want to play g5. Yeah, he played g5.
Yeah, he does want to play g4.
He does, yes.
Of course.
Okay, bishop d4, let's say.
Yeah, bishop d4, and now he'll go king d3 and f4.
So bishop e5.
King e3 again. And he does get in f4, whether you like it or not. Whether you like it or not, he gets... Okay, bishop c3 played. Similar move will be played. He will play king d3 here. There's no other move that makes sense. And then
Yeah,
he'll go
king
f4,
e3.
and then we'll see the next phase of this game. King d3 on the board. I'll just check the Martirosian game.
Yes, of course.
Martirosian trying this way. Yeah, he's just going to put the bishop on g6, and the rook can't leave because it's mate. So I expect this to
win in few moves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so we'll stay with the Akash game. Okay, bishop e5. Yeah. King
So
e3.
how, with black, can you do to try to...
I don't know.
To give your bishop for 2 pawns. What would be the
difficult.
setup
It's
you want to
very
have?
difficult. I don't know exactly how to do it. I really don't know. I really have no idea how they want to do it. So we'll see. Akash, 40 seconds, has got a lot to do.
Do you have to keep your bishop on the a1, h8 diagonal?
Yeah.
With black? Okay. Because I think that white will put the rook on the 6th rank and go for f4, f5. Bring the king, then play f6.
Indeed.
Is there a way to prevent this move?
I don't really know, actually. I just think it's winning. Yeah, f4 now will be played, and the bar went completely crazy, meaning that it is just winning, which is obviously not surprising, I would say, that this is just not holdable objectively. Let's see rook d7 by Akash. I think Vikuk now will bring the king over like this. This is very natural to me, to find shelter. Maybe he'll try and restrict this rook first. Maybe he'll play move like bishop d5 first. Also possible. And yeah, the game will not last too much longer. I think. Let's see. What has he got to lose? I guess he'll still play on here.
Okay, king f3.
Yeah, right.
And so...
This is the natural way of doing things here.
Yeah, first you bring the king, and then you push your pawn.
Exactly. Bishop d2 on the board. Okay, he'll play king g4 now because rook d4, king f5 exists.
Okay. Okay, so king g4.
Yeah. Indeed.
Like I was thinking, if, for example, I put my rook on f7 or f
Yeah,
something
just
like this, my
f5
and my bishop on c3,
and rook b6. This
and
is
if I move my bishop d4, something like this. Yeah, you just play bishop.
Sorry, bishop d4, f6 check, right?
Yes, I take.
Oh, you take. Sorry.
This is
Excuse
my
me.
idea.
I
The
can't do
only
that.
idea I have.
I have to do this. So you keep your bishop here, huh?
But maybe you can just play rook g6, check, and
Now f6
you play. Yeah.
and bishop d5. Yeah, you just can't survive this
No, it's
objectively. No, you can't survive this. Not with 1 minute on your clock. I mean, objectively, it's losing already.
Yes,
So
yes. You cannot let the pawn just
no,
just run. You cannot let this way. Do we have a result on
Let's
the
have a
other
look.
game?
We probably do. Yes, we do.
Yes.
And it was the maneuver that you suggested. And good win for Martirosian. He needed that. Tough loss for Nguyen in this game today. Very tough loss. As will the loss of Akash be, in my opinion, in this game. Rook e7. Now you just need to find a sensible square for this bishop, whatever that may be. And yeah, like
Bishop
bishop
d5. Yes, it's
yeah,
very nice.
I like the bishop there because you control f7. e4 looks like a good square to me for the bishop. Bishop on d5. Yeah,
Okay,
bishop
so
d5. Okay. Vcook with 9 minutes.
he takes his time. He's right.
Yeah, he's allowed to take his time. Remember, everybody, you can go and vote for your favorite game by looking at the Prague Chess Festival website. And
And there is also a solving problem.
yes, there's also a problem-solving
competition.
Just go on the main website, praguechessfestival.com, and you'll see everything right there on the 2023 homepage. And while we wait for this, rook d5 by Vcook. Also fine, attacking this bishop. The bishop will go to c3 or c1, I guess c1 played. And now where does he want to put the bishop? Now where does he want to put the bishop?
Yeah, d5 was a good square for the bishop, actually.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about this one.
After bishop d3, maybe I can play. Yeah, I can play bishop d3, I guess.
Bishop d3.
I can go anywhere.
Yes. Bishop d3. Yeah, I guess he'll go here. Let's see. Let's wait for this one.
Okay.
Let's wait
Rook
for this.
c5.
Rook c5.
Change.
He's chasing this bishop.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
I think that maybe he realized that the d5 square was a good square for his own bishop instead of for his rook.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe if blacks just play bishop d2, he will play bishop d5.
Mm-hmm. Okay, could be. Let's see where Akash puts the bishop. Let's see. Akash, where do you want to put that bishop? E3, C3, A3. Oh, sorry, E3, B2, A3. Where's he going to put it? Has to hurry up.
He has
Has to
only a
hurry up.
few seconds to take a decision. And a3.
He decides for A3 and
He's-
Rook C4. Holding the bishop makes total sense. Now F5, F6 is a real possibility. So you have to go like bishop B2, F5, Rook F7 or something. But it doesn't really change anything. He goes Rook A7. Okay, he's going to go F5, Bishop E7. This is his idea. But then Rook C6, and you can't stop F6. No, it's just not. It's just not going to happen, basically. Yeah, it's just not going to happen. I see no redemption here for Akash. F5 on the board.
Yeah, the pawns are too dangerous.
Yeah, agreed.
They are too far advanced. Akash had to stop them when they were in a3 and g4. Now it's too late.
Yeah, but I don't think it's. I don't think it was actually possible. Bishop B2
Oh.
on the board. Now he'll go Rook C6 because he can put the Rook on E6 as well.
Yeah.
And this is not really happening. You have
He
to
can
go.
try on rook c6, bishop, rook a4 check, but you just play.
It's not check. That's the point. It's just
No,
Rook
it's
A4.
not check. Sorry.
You just have this.
Yeah, this is finished.
Or you
Or
can be more.
f7.
Yeah, F7 win. Anything wins. Anything wins. And Akash probably knows this. Vikuk just taking his time, but he does finally play Rook C6. Well done to Vikuk. Rook A4 played, and now you just go roll with the pawns. And we're not going to have much longer. He's going to go F6, King. He's going to go F6, King G8, and King F5, and then he walks in. And it's just,
And then,
yeah, then it's really over. Okay. So, waiting
Maybe
for
we
F6.
can
Yeah.
we can have a look at the result of today.
Yeah, we can have a quick look at the results. Sure. So, um, we've
Yeah.
had a draw Navarro Hari Krishna, draw Shankland Kema, draw Gelfand Dayak, Ray Robson beat Wang Hao, and Martirosian beat Nguyen. And in the challengers section, we had a win Gledura, win Peshak against Stalmach, draw Motilev Bartel, Owen Lamy against Portnovicius was a win for White, and it looks like we're going to get a win for White here in Vikuk Akash. So that means there'll be 4 decisive victories, Natasha, in the challengers today. Bloody, bloody day. Very, very difficult day.
Yes, I am watching the other day, and every day is a blooding day in the challengers. Yesterday, 3 wins. Round 3, 3 wins with black.
Yeah.
Round 2, 2 wins with white. So it's just increasing every day. Maybe tomorrow we'll have 5 wins.
Could very well do, yes. And here after King F7, we have, well, G6 check on the board, of course, driving the king back. The king will go to E8.
And F7 check.
And then F7, and wherever he goes, he's going to get checked. And we might even get this position, although it's totally not necessary. But then Queen C5 actually ends it immediately because the rook is going to fall. So King E8 on the board. F7 check is an easy win. G7 here is probably also very cute and wins, because if you take, I go King F5, and if you go here, I go King G6, and that also just wins. So any push of the pawn just wins here.
Yeah, if you do a hand slip, you
Yeah.
still win.
You still win. You can't make a mistake here as white. Yeah, actually G7 he might play, because
F7 is much easier. It's check, and you will
he
promote
goes F7
to a queen in a
Yeah.
forced way. So F7 check, then check, check, queen, and
then
resign.
Queen C5 check. No, he has to play Queen C5 check at the end. That's
Yeah,
the only
it's
thing.
a very easy move, and
Yeah.
even if he doesn't play Queen C5 check, you protect your bishop and you go for another queen. So
also very easy. Maybe Akash has had enough now, actually. Maybe he's just tired and doesn't want to continue anymore, would also be completely reasonable. So F7. And he has indeed resigned. That's it. Bloody, bloody day. The bloodiest so far. Well done to Vikuk there for finishing it off, meaning 4 decisive victories in decisive results in the challengers. We had 2 in the main event. After 5 rounds in the main event, it is Dayak, Kema, and it is Robson. Excuse me. Let me just get the updated standings here so I don't make a mistake. It is Dayak, Kema, and Robson all on 3 out of 5, leading the tournament. And in the challengers, I believe we have 1 sole leader in the form of Benjamin Gledura, who is on a very strong 4 out of 5, winning his last 2 games. Bartel is in second place with 3.5. That's it. It's been a long one today. We are out tomorrow. There are no games. Tomorrow is a rest day, but we will be back on Tuesday for more action and the final part of this tournament. It's been a fun day. Thank you so much for hanging out. Remember to go vote for your favorite game. Go to the Prague Chess Festival website. Go and use the page for the composition exercises as well if you enjoy that sort of thing. But from me and from Natasha, it is goodbye. Thanks very much again, and see you on the next one.
Goodbye.